Hello and welcome to the Ohio Poker Showdown. We are here for day 3 final table action of the $1 million guarantee in a collaboration between Shark Tank Poker Club and Mad River Poker Club. My name is Caitlin Komeski. I'm going to be your lead commentary today, and let's meet our players. We got Mason Reeser starting out with 17.3 million in earnings, and he's got some great eyebrow action. We've got Mike Mobley, local legend here in Ohio, coming to the final table with 18.4 million, representing the Mad River Poker Club in Dayton. We've got Kyle Janice sitting on 13.6 million, and he looks like a pretty cool cat so far. I'm glad to meet him. And then we've got Tim Harris, 9.2 million. He is one of our more accomplished tournament players at the final table. Be interested to see what this Mad River Club rep has to offer us. Then we have the Buffalo Wild Wings master, Ryan Grant, little short stacked at 6.6 million, but he's made it to this final table, and I'm excited to see what wing action he brings. We've also got Elias Maradi sitting on 21.5 million. He is the top earner historically from this table, so probably a fan favorite. We've got Ash. Ash is one of our other short stacks, sitting on 5.8 million coming into this final table, our Shark Tank Poker Club rep. And then finally we have Juicy Parker coming in with 15 million. She is a dealer at Mad River Poker Club. She's the last woman standing. She's our loose cannon. She hasn't come here with a lot of earnings yet, but I'm excited to see what she does. We're going to get cards here in the air. I am joined in the booth by Ronnie Day and Joey G. How are you doing today, Ronnie?
Is it not too
there
bad?
You are. We got your mic on now. Ronnie is a local legend here from Ohio. He is a bracelet winner from WSOP. You won the Tournament of Champions. For how much was that?
$200K, what they're playing for today.
And how long ago was that?
It was 2023.
Awesome. And you know a lot of the players at the table today, right?
Yeah, I know just about everyone at this table except for 2 of them.
And who do you think is the odds-on favorite coming into this final table?
I'm going to pass because I got too many friends in there.
I can speak from facts and figures that Ilyas is the chip leader coming into this event. He has 1.2 million in earnings. That is head and shoulders above everybody else's Hendon Mob page at the table. Joey G, you're representing Mad River Club to us today in the booth. Can you say hi to us?
Oh, yeah. I'm just always happy to be here. Cannot wait to see who takes this down. Like you said, Elias is the clear-cut would-be betting favorite if you were a Vegas guy, but Mike Mobley, Tim Harris, I've known these guys for a couple years now, and they just find a way to win. So it's going to be very exciting to see who actually ends up taking this down.
Who do you think is the loosest cannon at the table? Who's going to be mixing it up, sort of stirring the pot?
Oh, you already know. You already told us. It's going to be Joanna. She is just excited to be here. She's got nothing to lose, so she is going to be going for it all. She's not playing for a chop. She's not playing for a ladder, so do not be surprised if you see some wild fireworks from her.
Yes, Joanna, a.k.a. Juicy, has less than 4,000 listed on her Hendon Mob lifetime earnings so far. So at the for 8th place money, the 21,000 that she has locked up is a big victory for her already. All right, first hand of action, we've got a lot of hearts and suited connectors. We've got Tim raising it up with the 5-4 suited.
Boy, is there any hearts left in the deck here?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see any flushes in this hand. Now, Ash seems to be one of the more studious, deliberate players. We're already seeing him set. Is that sort of his rep on the street?
Yeah, he loves to take his time. He's calculated. He's smooth. I feel like no matter what happens today, he's going to take it in stride and just move on to the next hand.
Juicy looking at the king-queen suited here. Do we think we're going to see some pre-flop aggression from Juicy?
I think she just calls here. I just, oh, she laid it down.
Oh, she's going to let it go.
Okay.
Well, you know, sometimes it's the beginning of the final table,
Yeah,
first hand or
a
two.
lot of these people are nervous. This is their first time ever
Yeah, she's
on
sitting in
stream.
the small blind. Maybe doesn't want to play the pot out of position.
Yeah.
So this is going to be an easy victory for Tim Harris. Tim is married. He's got 2 children and 4 grandchildren, and his job is a tree farmer. Well, I'm sure Taylor Swift loves that. That's one of her best songs, the Christmas Tree Farm. Maybe she wrote that about Tim Harris. What do y'all think?
I'm not up on my Taylor Swift songs. I'm going to have to sit this one out.
Oh, it's monoculture, y'all. You got to get on with the Taylor Swift songs.
What I do know is Tim Harris has never seen a 4 he hasn't liked. So he's probably going to fold every hand, play aces, kings, and anything with a 4.
So that's sort of a cash move, getting hot and juicy and assertive with those suited connectors. Is Tim more of a cash player? Do you know him to be locally?
Tim plays a lot of cash, and he does really well at it.
All right, blinds are at 200, 400,000. These guys have been playing for 3 days now. It's been a long road, a long slog to get here. Do you think that any of these people are looking tired, looking fatigued from the action so far?
I think adrenaline is just kicked in right now. I think you're going to have some nervous energy, and some people's going to attack, and some people's going to just sit back, you know.
200,000 up top. I don't see how you could be falling asleep at the table no matter how many days you've been playing.
Especially when we were doing our homework before the stream and we were peeping everybody's Hendon mob. Y'all, not a lot of these players have had an epic run like this before. There are only 2 or 3 players that have not already locked up their biggest lifetime score to date by locking up 8th place money of $21,000 today.
And I'm curious to see how that influences some of the decisions that we see later, like the king-queen. Oh, doing her best Jordan impression with the tongue out.
Certainly one of our more animated players at the table. I'm excited to see how she mixes it up for us today. We folded all the way around to the blinds. Mason looking at a couple of napkins. He's going to complete here. We'll see if Mobley hits him with the ISO. Mobley's lifetime earnings to date are just over $100,000, so that the score that he's locked up so far represents about 20% of that. Great day for everybody at the table. Great day for Ohio Poker. He is going to squeeze it up, get the napkins out of there. Next call. Does anybody seem nervous to you?
No, I think Mobley's already had a few drinks today. I think he'll be ready to play. I got him as my loose cannon today.
He and Juicy are definitely going to match each other's energy, so if they get into a pot together, it's sure to be exciting.
So we don't have any micro stacks right now. The shortest stack is at 15 big blinds. We have Ryan sitting at 17 big blinds. Certainly playable stacks. How do you think these players are going to adjust being at the bottom of the barrel?
Well, I think Ashton he's going to play it pretty tight regardless of how many chips he's got, I think, and he's just not going to go into attack mode. Juicy will be the first one to really get it up out of the mud, I believe.
This is the first live stream for these poker clubs. This is a collaboration between Shark Tank Poker Club and Mad River Poker Club. Shark Tank is in Columbus, Ohio, where we are right now, and Mad River Poker Club is in Dayton. Shark Tank Poker Club has a really unique way that they structure things. It is the club model, similar to Texas, where if you have your membership, there is no membership fee here at Shark Tank Poker Club. And if you pay a $30 daily fee, you get to play rake-free poker for the rest of the day. That is certainly one of the last clubs remaining in the country that you get that good of a deal to play cash poker. And here they're offering big 6-figure payout events. I mean, pretty sweet that you'll have this kind of club in your backyard. How is it to have that?
It's a great deal. I mean, it is a great deal. You just show up all morning and you make your 30 bucks back in a rake in probably the first hour.
So Ash over here opening the queen jack suited and the hijack, and Juicy here with a couple of napkins, giving us a little bit dramatic fold. She thought a little better of it.
And Mason does lay it down. 10-jack off on the button. Could go either way. But not surprised to see him lay it down there again. Feeling out the table. Doesn't want to get out of line. He's got plenty of chips compared to the shorter stacks. No need to put himself at risk despite having that positional advantage. Gets out of the way.
Now, Jesse Fullen, when he is one of the Guerrilla Gaming representatives. Jesse and I were actually nominated for the same GPI award 2 of the 3 years that I've been there. I beat him in Rising Stars, and this year we both lost Best Short Form Video to Nikki Limo, my best friend. But when he was prepping the players, he was like, you don't just have to fold your trash. You can wait till the camera's on you, have a little moment, take it. We're making a show here. So definitely the players taking that note.
Yeah.
Kyle here with the sexy suited queen. Do you think we ever see a 3-bet from Kyle?
I played with him for a couple days in this tournament, and I think he could go either which way, but I do believe he'll probably just call here from what I've seen. Folding's out of the question.
It is a little bit of a larger open from Ash at 2.5.
Oh, wow.
And just lays it down.
Wow.
Hi-ya. So we're seeing a really tight fold there from the big blind. Certainly an easy defend there.
Well, we've seen the king-queen from Juicy, you know, and that kind of takes the loose cannon, you know, label out of the question for her. And then folding queen-9 suited out of the big blind.
Do you think the moment's kind of settling in for her right now, where she's wild and, you know, vivacious, but then 200,000, you're here? It's like,
Yeah.
Does that...
Well, right now they got a Kia Forte locked up, and you know it's only uphill from here. So, like you said, a lot of people, they've already locked up their biggest score. So,
yeah, I mean, certainly Ash is in a position here, if he has any idea how tight his opponents are playing, he can kind of leverage that and get in there with sort of these marginal hands and apply a little pressure if we're going to get folds as strong as queen-9 suited. I mean, and if we're going to be results-oriented, he was dominated, so maybe he had the soul read, the whisper in his ear from the angels.
The spidey sense was tingling.
the soul read would raise.
There we go, there we go.
Yeah.
That's the real soul read.
So, yeah, I think these guys are just starting off a little slow, and like I said, the cameras, you know, that's not for everybody. That's it's new to almost all of these guys.
And I was telling these guys before I got on, we came back here and we got on air, I've been on streams dozens of times, and I still get nervous like a second grader in the school play. Like, it's a different kind of energy when, you know, everyone's going to see your hole cards, everyone's going to be judging every little mistake you make. Here, Juicy's got a sexy little suited king in the hijack. Perhaps it would be a little loosey-goosey of an open, but she is our loose cannon.
Yeah. Yeah, I would have liked to seen it open from her personally with how tight these players are playing right now, but...
You don't limp?
No, that's not happening.
Limping's not a part of the strat?
That's not happening.
We haven't seen a single limp. Oh my gosh, a hand as strong is queen-9 being folded on the button, facing 0 action in front. We're a little bit puckered right now, y'all. We're a little bit puckered.
I'll tell you what, you know, they brought in the final 27 in for day 3, and I was told to be here by 6:30, and they said you got to get here quick because these guys were dropping like flies. Now we get to the final table.
Yeah, we turned the cameras on.
Yeah, the cameras are on, and nobody wants to make that mistake, you know.
No, chips were moving this morning. When I got here at 1 o'clock, there were 16 people left, and I believe by 3:30 we were down to the unofficial final table.
Yeah, that's insane. That's Midwest poker right there.
All right, Tim with 9-8 offsuit. Facing the 2.5x open, I don't see a problem with a fold here. And Mike's going to scoop one. Oh, he did open the queen-9 suited on the button.
Yeah.
We were mistaken. We were mistaken. Sorry to blaspheme you, Mike.
Mobley's never folding a suited queen on the button when folded too.
Yeah, I thought my bowels were about to fall out of the chair onto the floor. I was like, what are these guys doing? We got to get out there, give them a pep talk.
They got to give us something to work with here, right?
Plenty of play left, but I am a little surprised to see that they're going with the 2.5 open, given the average chip stack as opposed to what the Wizards and Robot Overlords would call 2x mid-range standard.
These guys are not solver guys. Okay,
True.
Most of these guys are not solver guys, and generally when they're feeling a little bit more nervous, they're going to open a little bit bigger to discourage action, to discourage 3-bets. So, well, Asher's got some jacks to play.
Yeah, a couple of hooks. We'll see if he stays with the $1 million open size that we've been seeing pretty consistently over our first few hands. Or if he maybe wants to do that. Yeah, or like do just the min open, invite some action.
I like an open here, and maybe you run into a hand behind you, and then you can get it in, you know, because Ash was the shortest, correct?
Yeah, I believe he won the first pot, so he should be, let's see, sitting on 6.4, almost 6.5 million. Blinds are at 4K, so was that 16 bigs?
Yeah. And I'll tell you right now, Mobley likes these kind of hands. So I'd be surprised to see him fold this here.
Jack 9 suited is the nuts. Everybody knows that.
No, it's beautiful. We used to have a Jack 9 club where you owed everybody in the club money if you lost with it.
As the bounty hand? Perfect.
Going back to Ash being a methodical and calculated player, he knows that Mobley is behind him, so opening and not shoving it, I love it, because you've got the aggressive opponent behind you that might jam on you as the short stack.
Yeah.
A little light, and then you can just comfortably call off with your jacks.
Certainly there's been sort of a trend in tournament poker away from these big open jams between the like 15 to 20 big blind range, sort of looked down upon perhaps.
Yes, yeah.
There are a lot of value to be had, and it is quite a playable stack between 15 and 20 big blinds.
Couldn't agree more with that.
But everybody hates jacks.
Not me. I'll take them any day of the week.
They busted me yesterday, and I still love them.
Jacks is a fine hand.
Yes. It's the 4th best hand.
Ryan is our shortest stack here with just over 15 bigs behind. He's going to let it go. Mobley going for the just call in position with the nuts, aka Jack 9 suited. Only one puppy paw on the board for Mike, so perhaps this is just going to go bet full day.
Oh, he checked.
He checked.
All right, check, check. Now a gut shot comes in for Mobley.
I would like to see Mobley bet this here. It's been checked to you twice.
And you don't even have to necessarily go too large.
Yeah. I think roughly 40%, half pot, should get it done most time.
It did look like 1.3 million to me. We'll wait for the graphics to catch up. Half pot bet size.
Indeed.
He's going to get the smooth call. It's going to be hard for Ash to put him on a king after he checked back flop like that.
True.
He's ahead of a lot of hands, not many draws out there. No need for a lot of protection. Great card from Ash's perspective.
Yes, this is going to get Mobley in trouble here.
Yeah, it goes with the less than maybe like a 1/3 bet on the river. That's going to be a real easy flick in for Ash, and he's going to pick up another pot, nearly doubling on that hand.
Ash wants to see it. He said, "I called you." Mobley said, "You're good," and Ash gave him the roll it over.
Never be proud to table the nuts, Mobley. You got the Jack 9 suited, Mike. So, Gator, what do you think separates Ohio poker from the rest of the country? What makes poker in the Midwest unique?
I've played a lot of different places, none of them for very long, but having been here for a few years now, there's something about the camaraderie, honestly. Like, these guys are in there battling, and they will not hesitate to stack you, but the level of just almost familial ties that there are, this community is so strong. Everyone seems to know each other, and everyone seems to be there for one another. It's kind of crazy, because you go, it's very, well, shark-like atmosphere when you go to these different places, and everyone's just out for maximum value and trying to squeak out every edge. But not in Ohio. There's this very, like, we're here to win, we're here to, you know, get the money, but at the end of the day, it's just a game, and it's the most respectful poker scene I've ever been a part of.
Yeah, I mean, I only got to play cash here for a few hours before we started the live stream today, but people are still gambling in Ohio. You know, you go to these Vegas clubs or maybe some clubs in the Northeast, you got a lot of pros at the table, you got a lot of people with headphones, sunglasses. I didn't see a single pair of sunglasses in the room. I didn't see anyone sitting at the table with, I think I maybe saw one person with headphones in the room that was still making a deep run in the tournament, but definitely still a social game, a true form of poker that you don't get to see places where the poker scene has been developing longer. We're still kind of on the ground floor here in Ohio. Great environment.
Yeah. Well, you get that more with the poker clubs. Now, I don't know about Texas. You said you played there quite a bit. Do you have the same poker, the family feel in the poker clubs there?
100%.
Yeah.
And you walk into a room in Austin, you know, everybody knows everybody. I used to game organize in Texas, so I got everybody's number in the room and my phone. I could, you know, it's definitely that family oriented thing. We're trying to keep the pros out. We're trying to keep the outsiders out.
Yeah.
And, like, keep the family close in. All right, we got our first limp of the game. Mobley's going to limp ace-3 suited, the wheel ace from the hijack.
Tim's got a 4.
I'll tell you what.
What does that mean? Any 4 for Tim?
He loves the 4.
I'll tell you what. I've seen the guy fold 30 hands in a row and then 3-bet jam all in with 4-7 off. You know,
his largest score, one of our local favorites, Caleb King, they're heads up. Caleb, one of the best players around. Late night, they're heads up. Caleb puts them all in. Tim Harris has 4-3. I'm tired, ready to go home. Puts it in, wins.
Wretched.
Takes home the trophy.
That must be a thing here. I got absolutely wrecked by the 4-3 offsuit earlier playing in my cash game. I 3-bet with queen jack suited, got 2 cold calls behind. One of them was from 4-3 offsuit. He flopped the nuts. I turned top pair, top flush draw, so I'm really willing to run it. He one-timed me.
We just got an all in here.
Oh my God, he's going to shove over
from
the
the
limb.
big blind, and yeah, this is insane. He is the chip leader too, isn't he?
Yeah, that is his privilege. He gets to say no limping on my blinds.
Yeah,
it's just a heads-up play from Elias.
He has no clue that Mike just what he's capable of limping there. I guarantee he didn't put him on ace-3.
And with no history, though, you know very well, those when everyone's opening, and then the limp comes in, you can be reasonably sure that their range is.
I mean, you're talking 36 big blind shove.
So we don't think most of this player pool is going to have strong limps. We don't think they're limping ace-king, aces, kings, and that they're balancing with these sort of mediocre hands like suited wheel ace, off Broadway.
I don't believe they're balanced, but at the same time, I could see Mobley limping 9s and
snapping that off.
And snapping it off. You know, I could see him doing something like that. It's hard to put Mobley in a box. He's going to be a little bit all over the place.
Mobley is one of the smartest guys I know, but I'm not sure he knows how to spell ICM.
Yeah, do we think any of the players remaining at this final table have an idea about the individual chip monetization model?
Mason will be the most studied on this. He's the only one right now that I would think that will think ICM the whole way through.
So we're in the streets today in Ohio on this final table. We're playing street poker. That's what we think, boys?
Yes. Yeah.
Without a doubt. Ryan's still not getting anything he can work with off his short stack. But again, he's still fairly healthy. 15 big blinds is fully playable.
Yeah, nobody's in trouble. Yeah.
Elias going to limp in with his napkins. Let's see if Ash raises up his.
If Mason is the most studied, Tim is the most old school street poker.
Yeah.
I just don't think you got it.
Yeah.
I call F your face.
Yes.
Yeah.
Prove it. Sometimes I think he's from Missouri.
All right, we got the low ace-high paired board. Nobody with anything. Let's see if we have any fighting for this pot early in the action. Goes check, check to the turn. 8 is going to bring in a gut shot for Ash.
I would have loved to have seen a small bet from Ash on the flop. He, at the moment, had nothing, but now that he's got the gut shot, I'd love to see him make a bet here if he's checked too.
He knows Ilias has got more aces that he would check on the flop, but if you wanted to turn 7-9 into a bluff right here, this would be a really good spot because you should have way more fives and, you know, and it just puts a hand like ace deuce off into a really bad spot.
Ilias showing up here with one of his worst combos, so he's going to start fighting for the pot because it's not getting any better for him. He goes with a slight overbet. 800K in the middle, or was there 1,200 in the middle? He bet 9. I need to get my bearings on these graphics.
There was 800. He made a slight overbet.
Yep.
Yeah, so, yeah.
So if you're Ash, if I'm Ash, I'm never calling. If I was going to do anything, I'd probably just...
I mean,
hard to raise versus the overbet.
If you click this 2.2, he's just, I mean, you're just putting all the aces in a bad spot. And, if, you know, I don't know. I would have...
And Ilias showing so far the earliest propensity to fight for a pot. This is the first real move we've seen getting made. And I think we'll probably see that consistently the rest of the stream until maybe some of these street poker kings start to catch on, play back at him a little bit.
Obviously, we can see the cards, but Elias raising pre-flop. He doesn't have a lot of fives, so if I'm in Ash's spot...
Well, he didn't. He limped. It was a limp pot.
Oh, excuse me. I thought he raised. Then...
No, it was limped.
Jason looks the most intense. He reminds me of Bruce Willis in Invincible. His sort of, his aura.
Something about Ray-Bans just ups the intensity factor.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I thought you said Jay. Sorry.
I thought she said Jason too.
Yeah, Mason's got the Sith Lord thing going on
exactly,
right now.
Sith Lord. That's what I get. Mike's gonna limp again with a suited king, Mr. Mobley. Do you like the limp with this hand?
I'm not a fan of limping.
I don't like limping, period.
Limping's not pimping?
Yeah.
No, I say limping is simping.
I'm definitely not limping a hand this week. I mean, I do like an open there. I would like to have seen him open with the king blocker, and you know, with the way this table's been playing, seems like you could just be printing money just by raising just about any 2 cards at this moment.
Absolutely. Ilias is going to come along with his suited connector on the dealer. Around to Ash in the small blind with a couple of 5s.
And we may see Juicy get involved here. She needs to lift this up.
Yeah, I'd like to see a squeeze ISO here from Miss Juicy with the ace-10 of clubs.
Question is, how big do you go?
Probably with the way stack sizes are, I'd like to see at least 4 big blinds, maybe 3.5. She could also go the route that Ilias did before. Jam it down their throats.
I have seen her raise on the bigger side. What'd she go?
Sounded like she went for the 6X.
Yeah. I don't necessarily disagree with this because it's a little bit on the bigger side, but everybody's just folding out, you know, and we've already seen Mobley limp fold once.
Yeah, I mean, she's got 3 riff-raffs in there to get rid of.
Yeah.
And I mean, who's to say you want action with a hand sort of as middling as ace-10 suited?
You're at final table. You're happy to pick up. She's had to fold just every hand since they started, and you're picking up three bigs, right? You know, four big blinds.
We got a little table talk between the blinds.
And Ash does have a decision. He tried to find a cheap set to mine, but he does have a pair. And Juana is the loose cannon, so you might be thinking she's just getting out of line with 3 limps, trying to squeeze and take down the pot. Might not have much. Does he consider jamming?
I just don't see Ash ever calling here, and I would not be a fan of that play. Yeah.
All right, some nice aggression from Juicy. Let's go, girl power. Gator, what are the chips? Can you give us which denominations are each chips? We got a yellow, a pink, and a purple in play, it seems.
Yes, so the purple chips are the 25Ks. The light brown wood-like, if I can't really tell it, the wood-like. If you see them up close, they actually have the...
Like a wood grain?
Yeah, wood grain. Those are the 100,000 chips, and then the magenta ones are 1 million.
You said purple was 5K?
25.
25, okay.
25. 2,500s and 1 millions in play.
And the wood chips are, what'd you say, that they're the 5K?
They're the 100Ks. There's no 5Ks in play.
100K, okay.
I only got 3
100K,
chips in
25K,
play.
and a million.
And a million.
Got it. I only made you say it 3 times,
It's
but we
fine.
got there. We got there.
This is a professional-looking group of players, though. They all wearing their Monday best. They look ready to go. They're locked in.
More napkins for our short stack Ryan.
Elias picking up a real one here.
He's going to raise to 1.2, the 3X open, possibly trying to deter one of the shorter stacks, Ash, from yeeting.
JR, what do you think he's thinking here with the almost standard open being 2.5
you know,
to now start going to 3?
You pull up this beautiful ace-queen suited, and like Caitlin said, it's deterrent action. I want something inviting. I'm wanting to invite action in.
Right, don't you want him to come along a little bit, see a flop?
I want to play some hands with that
play
hand.
it in position?
Yeah, play in position with that hand, and
So
I don't know.
Ilyas Maradi, as we were saying earlier, has 1.2 million in earnings. Certainly the most experienced table or person at the table. His biggest cash ever coming at over 600,000, and that was from. Let's find the event that was from. He did get 14th place in the 10K Win Million Championship in 2021. That paid him 128,000, and then the 3,500 No Limit WPT Championship in January of 2021 that he won is his biggest score ever at $620,000. That was in Hollywood, Florida, at the Lucky Hearts Poker Open.
Wow, it's pretty good numbers.
I mean, certainly he's been at it. His first cash ever came in January of 2021, and then his second recorded cash ever on his Hendon Mob is actually his biggest score ever at the 620. That was sort of like me. I started poker, and then I got my biggest cash to date within my first year of trying tournaments. And when you get that big score early, you're just chasing it for the rest of your career, right? But he certainly has matched the 600K that he has banked up earlier with some very consistent results throughout 2021. Most of his cash is coming from 2021 and 2022. Does have some cashes recorded in 2023 and 2024. Most recently, he got second in the Win Summer Classic 1100 Turbo. That paid out 27,000.
Wow, maybe I need to raise my open on ace queen suited a little bit.
Yeah, maybe the 3X.
I might have to change the way I'm thinking.
I think the 3X had a lot to do with the players that were on his left. I do think that was the adjustment that he made exploitatively.
Well, he's the chip leader. Well,
exactly,
you know. Oh, we got a couple hands here. We got Ace Jack and Mobley woke up with some kings.
It is Monday night, though. Historically, Cowboys don't do too well on Monday night.
Well, we're not
Blasphemy, I'm from Dallas.
we're not going to jinx our guy. Yeah.
All right, do you think Mobley has any traps here ever, or do we think we very consistently are going to see the 3-bet?
He's gonna go 3-bet, and I think he's gonna go large.
Closing the action, Mike, is not slowing down with Kings.
Yeah.
You think? How do you think he's going to size it? Maybe 4 million?
I think he may go bigger.
So he's got 14.
He knows his man.
I know my guy. I'm not even sure.
Looks to be about 6.5. I don't even think he actually counted it.
Yeah. He just said, here, take this.
Yeah, he measured that seasoning with his heart.
Yeah.
Yes.
I actually kind of like it because it puts Kyle on the spot. It's half his stack. He can't just call. He's either going to go all in or fold.
Yes. I mean, Kyle's over there thinking, what do you think Kyle's putting him on here? It's never Kings, right?
He's never putting him on Kings.
Yeah.
This is Kyle's first involvement here. It's an under-the-gun open.
He might find a way to convince himself that
like
Mobley has ace-queen.
Yeah.
Yeah, really
He
hard to
susses
put it
it
in
out.
there with ace-jack.
Yeah. Knowing you're flipping at best. You know.
From Kyle's perspective, even if you're thinking about if he's doing it with Kings.
And he shows him.
Oh, he shows him. But you're just thinking about what are Mobley's bluffs. Well, ace-jack is losing to those bluffs, too.
Do a lot of
Ace-queen,
these
maybe
players,
just trying to get rid of ace-king.
do we think a lot of these players have 3-bet bluffs in their range?
Mobley for sure. Tim is capable.
Tim definitely. I would put Tim in that category before.
Masons will be very calculated.
Yeah. I would put Tim and maybe that Kyle in there, in that category.
Everybody's still super healthy at this final table. We've got Ryan at the bottom of the pack with, okay, so the blinds have gone up. We're now at 250,000, 500,000 big blinds. So Ryan's stack has sort of been shrunken down from 15 to 12 big blinds.
Ryan's going to be patient. You're not getting him in there until he gets a hand.
And our big stack up over 40 big blinds. Heaps, absolute heaps.
Ryan does not have an effort button. He will be patient. He will wait it out. He knows that at some point he'll find a spot.
Don't act like you can't hear me.
Given Elias's chip stack, I think he'd be the most likely to have the most 3-bet bluffs.
Well, he's got the best track record also.
And the two players directly on his left are as good as Ash is and kind of more straightforward, so he will be able to get away with a little bit more murder than he would in other spots, I think.
Ilya is sort of the first player to go with the 2.1 smaller open size here with the ace-9 suited and ace-9 offsuit in early position, making it 900,000.
The conservative nature that Elias has on his immediate left might make him want to bluff a little bit more, I think.
So this would be a good 3-bet bluff perhaps for Mobley. Do we think he's capable?
I think he's just going to call.
Okay.
He likes to see some flops.
I wouldn't have exactly minded a fold.
Yeah.
Small blind. But Mobley likes to see flops.
Yeah.
All right, Kyle going to complete with the suited 10-5. That's my birthday hand.
Oh, wow.
Before I played poker professionally, I used to play it every time it was dealt to me. And I think anecdotally I won a lot, so that reinforced the bad behavior. We're going to go to a flop 3 ways here.
Yeah, I got a great story about that. We'll come back to it.
Monotone flop spades. None of our 3 players holding a spade. Second pair connects for Mobley in the small. She looks like skinny video to me, baby.
And this is JRY, the Queen Jack suit, or I would have minded fold pre-flop, because here you are, you've got second pair, good kicker, but you have no idea where you're at in the hand. And one of the players covers you.
All right, Kyle gonna get out of the way. Mike's coming along. Four peels off on the turn, doesn't change a lot. Mobley gonna check over to Ilyas again.
Elias does check back with a little bit of showdown value. Ace high might be good with Mobley's one spade hands.
Yeah, I think he's given up in his head. Mike just has too many Broadway cards in the small blind calling a raise proof.
Absolutely.
But if Mike checks again, he might get Elias to bet.
Do you ever bet here
Not
with
having a
Mike's
spade
hand?
in his hand.
So is Mike bluffing here, or is he value betting?
I think he's going with a block bet, but I do believe he should have went ahead and checked and induced Elias to bluff his busted spade draws.
Definitely went with a very small size. He bet 600,000 into 4.1 million.
Now this may induce a bluff, but Mike's got to be willing to call if he's willing to bet that
Let's
small.
say, is this a leveling war at work? He bets small to get the raise so that he can snap them off?
Yeah.
So apparently he sized it just right, gets the quick call from Ilyas, and he's gonna drag this pot. And that takes Mike up to 18.5 million now, chopping at Ilyas' heels. Second in chips.
Yeah, I think I want to see what you're betting 600K with in that situation call.
I definitely don't mind the bet there from Mike, not allowing his opponent to check back with ace high hands, the exact type of holding he has. He targeted an ace high hand. I actually think that's a very well played hand by Mr. Mobley.
Blinds are up now, 250, 500,000.
Ryan gets one more free hand before he's going to be putting 2 of his big blinds in the middle. He'll have 10 behind. Does Ryan ever bring free Buffalo Wild Wings to Mad River Poker to treat y'all?
He really doesn't.
Oh my gosh.
He hates us.
Ryan, what are you doing? Bring the wing party, man.
Yeah, he always tells me to come there, and
Nah, buddy, bring us some lemon pepper while we play.
I might have some action though. If he takes it down, I might have a little bit of a Buffalo Wild Wings sweat on the back end. Told me to give me one meal.
Elias with ace-9, he's going to let it go this time.
Ilyas told me it's pronounced Ilyas. I know
Oh,
y'all
Ilyas.
Midwestern boys and stuff, but let's respect the man. It's Ilyas.
100%.
All right, we got a couple of ladies on board for the Sith Lord. Juicy thinking it over with the 10-7 suited. Don't do it, girl. There are ladies behind. Perfect. She heard me.
Mason was just sitting there like Palpatine, like thinking about raising. Do it.
He's going to raise up to 1.1.
1.1 to bet. 1.1. Correct.
Mike, let's go with the button. Over to the puppy paws and the blinds.
How much you guys bet? 100 each? I got 200. 200 action.
There's not a 4 in Tim's hand, but it is suited and pretty. I'd like to see a defend here.
Well, I know Tim hasn't got to play hardly any hands, and this is not his nature.
Tim's
To
going to
just
let it
keep
go.
folding, you know.
We are not doing any of the wide defense. Nobody here has watched a run it once course on tournament poker. They're not defending 80, 70% of hands, not even close. They're letting go of a lot of suited hands. We've seen queen 9 suited folded in a big blind defend position to just the men open really on this hand with the queen deuce suited. So we've got some puckering at the table. We're still showing the trend of really tight play. So at this point, it's, you know, really leaving an opening to whoever is the first to notice that and attack all this dead money that no one's really stabbing at. Everybody waiting for the new toast. Another fact about Tim, he loves helping people that are in need. He told me he wanted y'all to know that, and I see it all over his face.
He's one of the nicest people I know. He really is. He's genuine. He's genuine. He'd help anyone out.
Yeah, so if y'all have a flat tire on the side of the road, look up Tim Harris, tree farmer.
Yeah.
He'd be more than happy to help you out.
I'm not calling AAA. I'm calling Tim.
Call it Triple Tim.
Big or small grand gesture. We have these big tournaments. He'll just bring in fruit, bananas, oranges, apples for the staff.
He should bring in Buffalo Wild Wings just to needle Ryan.
That would work.
I will definitely plant that seed.
Okay. Tell him it was my idea. I want the credit.
Oh, for sure.
Just tag me.
For
tag
sure.
me.
For sure.
Mason got another playable hand with 6s and the hijack. He is going to opt for the open. Sometimes perhaps with those 6 in pairs we can find some limps. If we have limps in our range. I know my boy Ronnie here, he says no limping, no pimping, ever. Occasionally you might find me limping a hand like that, but don't tell anyone.
At some stages, Mason has that limping range, but at this current juncture, it's no limps and no chops.
Mason wants a raise and get it through and move on to the next hand.
Do we think there's any chance we're seeing a chop here? Do we have a couple of boys at the table that are going to be chop blockers all the way down to the bitter end?
Well, going back to what we were just talking about, Tim, if the situation arises, Tim definitely would. If it, you know, helped people,
Yeah.
he would, at his own detriment, he would absolutely do it. If,
Oh, what a sweetie.
but with Mason in the mix, with Mike Mobley in the mix, Ryan, I think, is 50-50 on the chop.
All right, we got our first 3-bet. Oh, you love to see it with the king, queen off in position.
Here we
Absolutely
go.
love this assertiveness from Kyle. Let's take this all the way up to 11, he says. Folds around to Ryan in the big blind, again with just 10 big blinds behind and an ace high. Might be a little tempting, probably the best folding he's seen so far, but unfortunately, buddy, you're offsuit, you got a deuce in your hand.
Yeah.
It is time to let it go.
He's
Action
never
back
caught.
around to Mason with the 6s.
Yeah, Mason's, that first 3-bet just looks so strong.
Oh, absolutely. Woke him up from a deep sleep. So Kyle, first one to take a little assertiveness. That the king queen off, we could maybe put that in the category of a 3-bet bluff. You know, one of the looser 3-bets perhaps. So glad to see we're pumping it up a little bit. Taking a look at the V pips. Mobley, the most active player, and our chip leader Ilias at the top. Ash getting in there. Mason and Kyle and Ryan yet to play a hand as our short stack. Tim and Joanna have not gotten in the mix yet. Waiting for the spot to pounce. Again, Tim let go of some very defendable big blind spots, and we'll see how this action continues to develop. Do you think very many of these players have people at home watching the action, sending them messages that they can see on break, see what kind of the table tendencies are, what we're saying in here about the observations we're making to maybe help them out in real time? Do we think, or are they, we're playing street poker, they don't care?
They don't care. They
don't care,
They
okay.
got their own game, you know. Yeah. Yeah,
I'm sure they've told everyone
sure
that they
they
care about, but they don't care if they're watching. They're trying to win 200,000.
Yeah, they're like catching on playback, but I don't need your help right now.
We definitely put the word out for them, though.
Yeah.
We want everyone.
Juicy asking for some music, some tunes. Can't say I blame her. She's like, it's a little stuffy in here. I want to gamble. Get these boys in the mood to gamble so I can pick them off.
She's got a couple of red 10s.
Well, she's got some 10s. She's hyping up the crowd just in time.
See if she wants to spice it up.
So Juicy going to go with the 3X open as well from early position. This can really perhaps put her in a difficult position if someone with 2 overcards jams on her behind with some of these stacks that are sitting around like 20 big blinds.
Yes.
We'll see if she gets her hand caught in the cookie jar. Oh, hi, baby. Quit flirting with me, Bubbly.
This is where he's talking about me.
Oh, yeah,
I won my bracelet with the Jack 5 off.
Oh, he's flirting with you. Okay.
Yeah. Trust me. Yeah. Yeah.
Kyle going to let go of the suited ace in the cutoff, facing that 3X open. Tim not going to hang around with the Jack 10 off. Ilias with a perfectly defendable hand, the ace 8 off in the big blind. If he folds this, I give up on y'all. Y'all need to start defending more big blinds.
Well, she does have a 7% VPIP.
It's true. Honestly, I wouldn't blame him if he does let that go. Perhaps an exploitative fold, but
he's definitely aware that she hasn't played any hands. She squeezed one time, but other than that, hasn't done anything. And
oh my gosh! Now we're folding ace high at the big blind, y'all. All right. So if anybody has a cell phone number of one of these players, you text them and you say, you start fighting for pots, homie. It's wide open.
Clear your schedule, Caitlin. It's going to be a long night.
It's going to be a long night if we're not defending ace highs in the big blind. We're going to be here till 4 in the morning. And you know what? I'm happy for it. Someone bought me a shot earlier. I got ciders waiting for me next door. Well, I'm bunkered in. I'll be here. You have me until I need to leave for the airport at 2 p.m. tomorrow.
It'll be pushing it.
Y'all have a sleeping bag? Can we take shifts?
We got a cut.
Perfect. Big shout out to Gorilla Gaming, who is doing all of this beautiful production work you see here. They brought in the RFID table and the cards. We're working with all of their equipment. If y'all want to have a live stream at your home poker club, look up Gorilla Gaming. Jesse Fullen and Glenn are happy to help you out and bring this high production quality stream to your backyard as well. So big shout out to Gorilla Gaming.
Next time you see me in plug, you'll be like, Bubbly, you lied your ass off.
So blinds have gone up. We've been at the table a little bit, and now they're starting to loosen up. A little table talk starting to get going. Maybe we see some chips start flying as well.
Turn on the tunes, pour the ciders.
Joanna got those 10s, woke up a little bit.
Well, at first, you're at a live stream table. You don't really know what to expect. You got all these cameras on you. And eventually, after a while, you forget the cameras are there, you know, and then you just go back to playing, especially when you know everybody you're playing with, you're interacting, you know.
Right, Tim got a perfectly playable hand in the cutoff. Looking at the
this
king,
has
queen
got to
off.
look like a monster to him right now. He hasn't had much to play at all.
All right, he's going to open to 1.3. 2.5x open. Ain't nobody min opening in Ohio, y'all. They say F your solver, F your min opens.
Thought we might see a defend with the 10-3 off from Ash, but.
Oh yeah, you like to get that one I allow. That one I allow. I'm not going to give anybody shit for that one. That one is perfectly permissible. So I was asking some of the regulars here who fired the most bullets, and there was one person who won multiple bag bonuses. They fired something around 9 bullets, but they got the multi-bag bonus for like 12K worth of multi-bag bonuses. Every time you got another bag in this tournament, you got a cash payment of 3.5 K dollars. There were 2,470 total entries into this event, with about 1,057 of those coming from the Shark Tank Poker Club and 1,413 coming from Mad River Poker Club, for a total prize pool of $1,222,650, with that gorgeous 200K up top. $200,000 alone were paid out in bag bonuses. I heard that there were over 60 multi-bag bonuses. Absolutely wild.
That's another thing that separates Midwest poker is they got all the bullets. They fire away. Texas light, if you will.
Yeah, they brought ammo to this party.
Every time we run one of these, all the flights look like a Michael Bay movie. Just bullets flying everywhere.
Mobley's racing it up.
He heard me from beyond the grave. Wait, I'm not dead. Actually, I'm dead after some of the big blindfolds I've seen.
Between Shark Tank and Mad River, not only the tournaments themselves great, but the structures are incredible. And you'll start off with 500 big blinds to start the day, and people still find a way to bust level 1. That's how active these guys are in this area. It's absolutely incredible.
Ryan here with the ace high off just 9.5 bigs. Seems a little tempted to want to put it in here. Mobley, probably one of the looser players at the table. Higher VPIP. Is this the spot he wants to take a stand?
Yeah.
A lot of people with cards behind him.
Yeah, Mobley's been open limping quite a bit, so this raise might look a little stronger to Ryan right now.
But they do have a lot of history.
Ryan's letting this go, I believe. Yeah.
Ryan is going to let it go, err on the side of caution. Sexy little suited king for Ilyas. He's going to let that go too. Not even peel on the button with the king 7 suited. We are seeing some very tight pre-flop action here. All right, Ash gonna get out of the way. Juicy ain't got nothing to work with. And here, Mike is just gonna raise and take it with a hand as weak as 9 high.
Wow.
Oh, Juicy over here. Tanking with the 4 deuce. Maybe I spoke too soon.
Yes, defend. Jackie Robinson, defend the 4 deuce.
All right, so some nice initiative and situational awareness from Mike here, taking down that pot with the 9 high. Love to see it. Now we're playing cards.
We're starting to open it up a little bit more.
Well, she's been dying to
these
just
guys
mix it up
are
with
getting-
Mike all day. I've been hearing them jawing back and forth. I might have been helped stir them up.
He just hit you with the you guys will see. So then he's not lying. You guys will see. Tim taught me that. What you say, Tim? Don't blame me for your bullshit.
She says, don't blame me for your BS.
I read his book. I don't know if you guys read it or not, but Tim's got a really good book on how to play poker.
What's it called, Mobley? I need to read it, is what I'm asking. Nice disciplined fold from Kyle. Early position with the queen jack off.
All right,
Yeah,
Ryan
here
finally
it
found
comes.
something to work with. King 10 off. Pretty bottom of range for that position.
I like this, though. He hasn't played any hands. He's got a good image. Only 4 players behind you.
For sure. More often than not, the blinds aren't going to wake up with a hand, but
And even if they
there
do, you
certainly
can
are
get
a lot of
the.
available options.
But his inactivity could even get him hands like King Jack and King Queen to fold, which is an amazing result.
Yeah, with how tight this table is playing, I could see that happen.
Shout out to Spank, most professional guy in the biz. I hear him talking about him down there. He is our room manager down at Mad River. He keeps the day-to-day going, make sure that we all stay in line and provide the best poker experience to our guests. Amazing guy. And we got him dealing in the box right now. Jack of all trades, master of none.
More napkins for Juicy.
Well, I don't think Mason's defending your birthday, Caitlin.
Nah, I don't think that's good enough.
But it's suited.
All right, so Ryan taking a little initiative, hanging on there. He's going to steal the blinds and chip back up to 12 big blinds. Still our short stack, but head a little bit out of the water.
Took a little bit longer than it would have liked, but it's always good to win that first one. Take it that first pot, get that monkey off your back.
Now, Gator, we talked about how Shark Tank Poker operates for the cash players. They pay the $30 one-day fee, get to play all day for free. How does it work at Mad River Club?
Similar in the sense that there's a daily fee. It's a slightly smaller rate of only $5, but that's because we charge a $10 seat fee. So still no rake. However, we rent the seat as a members-only club, very similar to Shark Tank. The difference is their member you get your free poker all day, and we just charge an hourly seat fee. Well, it's a little bit bigger room. We've got 22 tables now, so it's a lot of lights. It's a lot of AC. We gotta keep the lead. But great value from both clubs. Absolutely amazing, and some of the best cash games that you can find at either place. People come to Dayton for the 1-2 because it's match the stack. So a lot of places you go, you can only buy them for 100 big blinds, and it's hard to really beat the rake when you go to the casino. But you go down to Mad River, it's rake free, and you can.
And it's full match the stack, right?
Full match the stack.
Here at Shark Tank Poker, it's 75% match the stack, which is pretty much as good as match the stack.
It's pretty close.
And that's a great privilege that you get to still play match the stack poker out here. And a lot of the Texas room, they've started capping a lot of the games, and that does protect the player pools long term. But here it's the wild frontier still. All right. We've got a raise from Tim in early position with the AJ, and Ilyas is going to wake up with Big Slick in the hijack. 3-bet incoming, eh, boys?
Yeah.
I would expect so.
How do you think he's going to size it facing the nearly 3x open? He's in position.
I'd say around 4K, 4,200 would be just fine. And
yeah, about 8.5, 9 bigs.
Yeah.
He's taking into account Tim's actual stack size too.
Yeah, I mean, Tim,
he wants to leave himself, if he does get jammed down, a little bit of fold equity, so he's not going to go too large.
Yeah, Tim started the hand with just under 20 bigs, so perhaps going 8 or 9 million might be a little too big. He'd be better off going something closer to 3 million. He does go for the big chunky 4.5 3-bet, and that's going to be half of Tim's remaining stack here.
Yeah, he's either putting Tim in all the way in or folding, you know, put him in a decision for his life.
I do find it a little interesting, though, because of how conservative this table has been playing, that if Tim did jam, you can't just be fist bump getting it in here if you're Ilyas.
Oh, yeah, you're snapping it off as a chip leader. And if you're
you're never folding, but you're not happy about it. If it was like
but he has the blockers, Gator, the blockers. AK a strong hand. I'm not going to join in on the AK bashing.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
right there with you.
Me neither. I love it.
I'm team blockers all the way. Prove it. Show it to me. I'm not folding.
Mike with the Robbie J. Lou in the big blind, probably going to get out of the way. And back over to Tim. What you got, Timmy? AJ, certainly a hand that can 4-bet, shove a certain percentage of the time, but this is a really tight range formation.
He's going for it.
All right, he went with
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
And he
We
is
have
going to
our
get the
first
bad
all-in
news.
in a call. Tim is all in for his tournament life, and he's a 3-to-1 dog.
Timmy going to need a hook or a whole lot of diamonds or spades to stay in the game. If Ilias wins this pot, he's going to have a commanding chip lead and have the opportunity to absolutely run over the table. This could really change the dynamics.
No, I mean, you're right on it, Caitlin.
Tim's all in for his tournament life, but it's certainly a huge pot for both players.
You're good on that front door, Zach. Thank you.
No help so far on the 8-high flop. We need a jack and we need it fast. Only 2 available left in
Not
the
a
deck.
jack, he needs a board pair to give him some chop.
Oh,
he
oh,
spikes
wow.
the jack on the turn.
Now Ilias needs to play catch up with a king on the river, 1 shot.
Does he get it?
He does not.
No, and Tim is going to get the full double up. We have a new chip leader here at this $1 million guarantee. Tim Harris is now going to be sitting at just under 20 million in chips. That's almost 40 bigs. That is going to put him up. Do we think we're going to see him loosen up his game a little bit? Is Tim the type of player to take advantage of a chip lead?
I think he's good. I look for more of the same. You know, the only thing that's kept him inactive so far is that he hasn't had a whole lot of hands to play.
It's just been dealt out a little bit.
Yes.
I'm
Yeah,
not
obviously,
sure.
he's never afraid to put it in there. You know?
Never.
He's the perfect example of good things happen to good people right here. We're hitting that jack
Exactly
on the
what
turn.
I was going to say. Is I'm not sure I believe in karma, but if it does exist for the guy that helps everybody else, he got a little help there, that's for sure.
We're going to take a look at the payouts here. All 8 remaining players have locked up $21,000. Next pay jump, we're going to go up to 27, and then all the way up to the podium finishes with the big money on top. Third place will get nearly $80,000. Second place, you get a 6-figure score at over $100,000. That's going to be the biggest score for pretty much everyone at the table except for Ilias to date in their poker career. And then first place money, a solid, round, gorgeous $200K. And now Tim Harris looking pretty good. When I was walking around the room talking to a lot of the regulars, the Ohioans here, Tim was a lot of people's favorites as a choice to win this event, and
He's just
certainly just improved that a lot after sucking out on Ilias.
he's an easy guy to root for, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Now he's got even more money to help y'all out when you get a flat tire on the side of the road.
Yep.
He can call AAA for you. He may not even come to help you himself anymore.
Just send an Uber.
So now Ilias down to 20 big blinds. It's going to be one of the shorter 3 stacks, but 20 big blinds still a very playable stack, especially for a player as experienced as Ilias. And Ryan's still our short stack, sitting at just 12 big blinds. Ash down there in the danger zone. Everybody else pretty much huddling around the middle with Mike and Tim on top, but certainly not so much of a chip lead that this still isn't anyone's game.
No, a lot of play left. Like you said, 20 big blinds. It seems like just yesterday that was a short stack, but now with all the information and classes and videos and coaching that's been going on, people understand a lot
This
more.
is going in.
Yeah, Ryan just goes for the straight jam with the 12 big blinds with 2 8s. I think that's the play here.
Yeah.
No other choice.
And Ilias might be back at it.
You think he's going to be tempted to call the open jam? It's going to account for just over half of his remaining stack size. A lot of players still have cards left behind him. He may be tilted after just receiving that bad beat. May throw it in and want to gamble here, see if he can put a bad beat on someone. It would be a flip. But his cards are still in his hands. He hasn't flipped yet.
And he's certainly thinking
I
Ryan's from
definitely
a
think it's
position.
close.
Very close. Ryan's in early position, so it's a question of does he actually have it, or does he just have a hand that he's willing to get it in with for 12 bigs because he's coming up on the big blind in a couple.
12 big blinds, still pretty playable. You can pay your blinds a few ways. I think you have to, for the most part, especially with Ryan at the bottom of the VPIP chart, you got to believe him here, but sometimes you just want to gamble. And we're playing street poker today, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to flip.
And with Ryan being the short stack, he knows he's not anywhere close to laddering up just yet. So he needs to win some pots. But it's good folding.
I know someone close to me that would have snap mucked that ace-10. Says it's the worst hand in poker.
Certainly when you're, maybe as a 3-bet bluff, it would be sexy, but when you're facing an all-in in front and you have that much action behind, I don't think you'd catch me getting involved with that hand.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think I lost track of the button. I think there is more people behind than what I was thinking there was.
Kyle with the king 7 off, probably not going to want to play for the bulk of his stack here.
I'll ask you this, Caitlin. If you were the big blind when closing, would you defend with the ace-10?
Yes. Well, to call off for 12 bigs, it would depend what my stack was, but yeah, if I'm closing the action, it certainly becomes more attractive. All right, and Ryan gonna survive his second yeet into the oblivion. No action on the snowman. He is gonna scoop up the blinds and get up to 14 big blinds. So a lot of these stacks super even. At this point, it's hard to blame the players for playing as conservatively as they are. You know, you want to ladder up, and if everybody's hovering around the middle, a lot of times middle stacks, especially in final table poker, you want to play it uber cautious. ICM says, tighten it up, let other people go out around you, ladder up. So I think really who's ever willing to gamble out of these short stacks, that could serve them very well. Tim was willing to gamble, and now he's our chip leader at just under 40 bigs.
Mystery hand for mash goes into the muck.
Let us see your trash before you throw it away. Let us look up that skirt, boy. All right, queen jack offsuit for Juicy. Hand you can go either way with. She says not good enough.
Little surprise there.
Yeah.
I think you do want to be folding it a certain percentage of the time. That stuff we were talking about how even all the stacks are. And you know what? Tight is right has served her well to this point at the final table. So you want to dance with the double you know.
I'll tell on myself here. Talking about table dynamics, that's a big thing when I'm playing and on those fringe hands with picking up that there's a conservative table, people are over folding. I'm definitely going to get out of line with a hand like that.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how the action changes. So this is a stream table, so we have it very secured. None of these players are allowed to have electronic device or communication while they're sitting at the stream table. We're going to get our first break coming up. These players will have the opportunity to check their phone, talk to who is ever watching at home for them if they have gone to the precautions of having someone that might change up the dynamics. That's the thing about streamed poker is you do get to have some information sooner than you would in other poker opportunities. Mike is limping here with the ace high. I would prefer to see an open here with the ace 8 off.
Yes.
He's going to let both of the blinds come along with these middling hands. 7 high flop. Kyle is best.
Tim gets a pair as well. Yeah. Mobley with overs and backdoor hopes.
Always backdoor hopes.
Always. Tim doesn't know it, but he does not want to make 2 pair.
What's Kyle want to do?
In this limp pot, Kyle just going to take a stab at it with top pair. I don't hate it. He is going to size it up a little bit.
60%. It's a healthy chunk out of position against multiple opponents.
So we'll bring Tim along.
And that's going to take it down.
Oh, look
No,
like Tim
Tim-
called.
Tim-
Tim
Oh, no,
called.
Tim came along. Tim came along. Mike
Yeah.
got out of the way.
I don't think I've ever seen Tim fold a pair to a single bet. I don't care how big.
Kyle going to slow down off the peeled jack. Check it over to Tim. Does Tim pounce on weakness? We're about to find out. Nope. Check, check. River is a 4. Kyle blocking the straight here. Top pair on the flop. Is he going to go for value, or are they going to go check, check and take their showdown?
I think, oh, he is going for value.
He can get called by a 5 here.
Or a 4. Yeah.
Very reasonable for Tim to have 3-4 in this spot. 6-4. Ace-4.
All right, he bet 1.8 into 4.4. Just under half pot, really targeting the type of hands that Tim may have here. 2s, 5s, 4s. Tim also has the 6 in his hand. He also is blocking the nuts. Do you think Tim ever raises? Yes, he
Yeah,
does.
absolutely
That's
does.
my boy. Let's go.
This is my
Putting
guy,
Kyle to the test.
He,
Second pair, no kicker, really shrinks up facing the all-in bet here.
Yeah.
I love this move from Tim.
yeah.
But if you're Kyle, you're thinking, what could he possibly have? I've got the 6, I've got the blocker.
Yeah, it's unlucky for Tim that Kyle has the same blocker in his hand, but I would be very impressed with our boy Kyle if he can find the call here with second pair, no kicker.
But Mike did limp the button, so Tim could have 7-4. He could have 5-4. He could have deuce-4.
All
Tim got
options
the check.
available, limp pot.
And he's played tight enough. He could conceivably have 6-8.
So even though it's very weird to see this all in,
This is gonna
Kyle
work.
does let it go. Tim
This-
gets it through.
That's tree farmer poker right there.
Yeah.
Let's go, Tim.
Oh, he dropped the log
final
on him on
table.
that one, that's for sure.
Heck yeah, that was beautiful to see. Nice hand, Tim Harris.
Yes.
Shout out again to Tim's 2 children and 4 grandchildren. You got a pretty dope pop, y'all. We're gonna have a dealer change here.
A whole bunch of lots. Oh my God.
Look at that smile on Tim's face.
Yeah, he got that liar smile. He knew he got away with it.
Like, I got away with one.
I mean, just really great play.
Yeah.
You love to see it.
Can't bring yourself to call. You can't bring yourself to fold. You might as well raise.
Just, hey, I'm going to put you in the hard position. You like your hand, brother? Pretty sure you slowed down on that jack, eh?
Well, Tim's a pretty savvy guy, and Kyle's in the small blind. So what 2 pairs does Kyle really have in that spot when you've got the 6 deuce? Sure, 7-5 maybe. He checks the turn to slow play, but probably not. Is he calling 7-4? Probably not. So what strong hands does Kyle really have in that spot? And Tim picked up on it and wasn't afraid to put it all to the test on what he believed was the right decision. Well played, sir.
Hell yeah, now we're playing cards, y'all. Now we're playing cards.
They're getting comfortable now.
What are you guys doing?
If she plays this, I don't know what's going on.
She might be getting bored. She might
Could-
be getting a
could
little
be.
bored. I think she was a
But
lot
the-
more active earlier in the
king,
tournament.
okay, there it goes.
Yeah, she folded Queen Jack last hand.
Yeah.
That'd be.
Right, that's what I mean.
No, my girl has already 7x'd her lifetime earnings by locking up 8th place money here. Definitely trying to make a few ladders, get that 6-figure payout for 2nd place or better. We finally have our first min open of the evening. The blinds are at 300, 600,000, and Mason has opened to 1.2.
And he runs in the kings.
Cowboys. Oh, Tim, the poker gods reward assertive, wild bluffs like our boy Tim just made. That's why he has kings right now. That's the only other reason. I will not be convinced of otherwise. And we're going to see a nice 3-bet. How do we think he's going to size it out of position? Go with the traditional 4x, 4.8 million?
I wouldn't be surprised if he bet 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, we like the more cash sizings
Yeah,
here.
here goes 5, yeah.
What was that, 5.1?
5.1.
5.3.
Yeah.
So with ace queen here in this spot, you can call and see it in position. You can fold and give up, never fun, but it is the parking lot hand. This may be only our 3rd or 4th 3-bet of the evening. Really considering all options here, though. You can see on his face.
Yeah, I think he believes that this is a legit 3-bet, and he's between calling and folding. So he's going to make the call.
I think that's perfectly acceptable.
I think so, too.
Gonna get to see this flop in position. He would love to see an ace on that flop. All right, 10 high flop, real middle of the board. We're gonna see a larger sizing continuation bet from our buddy Tim. You can see about a half size pot.
I was thinking exactly half.
All right, no, he says
just
no.
ripped it.
Yeet o'clock for old Timmy. He is putting himself in a position where Mason is only going to call off with better a lot of the times.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong and he calls off here with the 2 overs, and then Tim's a genius and he knows his customer. But I think a lot of time he's just going to fold out all the bluffs and all the better.
You're right. You're absolutely right. And Mason has an ace of clubs, so he knows that this is pure value.
Yep, and he's going to show him where... Juicy would have flopped 2 pair, bottom 2 pair. She's letting him know. Quit folding winners, Juicy.
Part of me can't help but think that Tim played it that way simply because there's a lot of history between he and Mason, and it's a way to let Mason know of go away.
Like you think he was soft playing him?
No, I would not soft playing, just that unspoken of I know you, you know me. We can bust each other later.
That's soft playing.
No. Nothing about putting all your chips in the middle being soft. I know what you're saying, but it's soft play was checking the nuts.
You're thinking he's gave him some direction.
Yeah, just kind of like if you want to play for it all, we can, but I'm strong. So not saying soft play, just letting him know, like, I've got a big hand, you do what you want to do.
All right, it's Mason's turn for the Cowboys.
Oh, they're just going around.
Everybody gets a cowboy. You get a cowboy. You get a cowboy. And we got another min open. Love to see it. We're adjusting. We're at a final table tournament. We can do it.
Yeah, but it's only Mason doing it. He's only 1 min opening.
He heard me from back here. I am loud as hell. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, wow. We could have a real collision here.
Fireworks.
Ilias with the queens in the big blind. Ryan gets out of the way, and now we may have some premium on premium violence.
This is what makes tournament poker so brutal. You play for 3 days, you're playing for 200,000. Emotions are all over the place, and it all just comes down to an 80-20. Absolutely brutal.
My turn.
Never a good sign when they ask how many chips you have behind. I always read that as strength. Do y'all always read that as strength? more
Yeah.
often than not.
Unless it's Ash asking, and then he seems to always fold.
He's just messing around. All right.
Snappity snap.
Snappity snap. We are going to have a massive flip here. Nearly 20 million in the middle. Ilias needs a queen to drag this pot. Their chip stacks are so even right now. I don't even know which player is at risk.
Oh
Ooh,
my.
king in the
Oh,
window
little
with
something
a
for
gut
everyone.
shot. Looks like the jacks were already folded out, so there is one remaining jack in the deck for Ilias. Can he find it?
One time for the one time. It's clean
Hi-ya.
from Mason.
Mason gonna chip up here to almost 20 million. I think Ilias, the graphics do say that Ilias is eliminated, but our production team is letting us know that he did have him covered by just a few blinds. So Ilias is going to remain at the table, but he is going to be in major danger, falling below Ryan as the shortest stack of the table. And this is the second cooler for Ilias, coming in as the chip leader, as the most experienced player, as one of the only non-local players.
And he hasn't made any mistakes.
Hasn't made any mistakes.
He's played the game exactly how it's supposed to be played. He's done everything right. And here he is on the verge of being the first one out of this final table. It's absolutely incredible.
Absolutely. Tough go of it for our guy Ilias. We're going to see shortly how much he has remaining behind. He's got all those purple chips. The purple chips were the 25Ks.
Yes.
So he looks like he's got a couple million behind. Maybe he'll have 2 or 3 big blinds behind. Sith Lord finally took his hood off. Got a little hot under there after the big double, eh? Now we got some
flopping top
chips
set
moving.
like that, he put a force choke on the hand, that's for sure.
Yeah, these are not the droids you're looking for, Ilias.
But isn't Kaylin, that would make poker specifically so great is, unlike a lot of other sporting events or other games where the best win, that element of just the way the cards fall, it can be anybody's day, anybody's time, and anybody can win.
100%, that's what makes the game great. And when I speak to players that are newer or they're nervous, I had someone in my stream chat the other day saying, I'm nervous to go play poker in a casino. I've only played in the basement, or I don't know if I can hack it in a Vegas casino. And you know what, you always got to tell beginner poker players, everybody just gets 2 cards. And anybody can get hit with the deck at any time. And I heard a lot of the people around the room saying, like, wow, these are not the people that we expected to be at the final table. Like, these aren't our local crushers. And as we were going over the Hendon Mob earnings, almost everybody is setting a new high score for themselves to today. And that is what is so special about tournament poker.
In the Midwest specifically, because it's never been, up until the last 5 years really, with what Shark Tank's been around and Mad River coming on the scene, Midwest poker is now a destination spot. Before it was Texas, Vegas, Atlantic City. I mean, Atlantic City basically, it's not dead, but it's not what it used to be. So having the spot in the middle of the country where people can go and win this kind of money is just an absolutely special thing. And
So Ilias is going to start the hand with 2.5 blinds, but he's got half of it committed in the middle from the small blind. Homeboy could really use a premium right about now.
Tim's certainly going to be in action here. See what he decides to do. Late position with a suited ace. Can't be folding those.
Ace-6 is going to be one of your worst suited aces.
That's why he's there and I'm here.
Yeah.
I think a certain percentage of the time you can 3-bet with that, but facing the early open, I think it's predominantly going to be a fold if we did consult a chart. But
I'll be honest, I got lost in the graphics. I thought it was folded to him.
Yes. If it was folded to him, for sure, we wouldn't be getting in there with any suited ace. Ilias, Queen-9 suited, with about a third of his stack committed already, not willing to gamble with it, with the action in front.
I don't want no trouble, bro.
Mobley says, I don't want no trouble. That was the read Ash was looking for.
At 7-9. There's not much I can do, man. 7.
So there's a lot of information sharing going on at this high pressure of a moment. Is that pretty typical for Ohio Poker? We're gonna table our hands whether we make it to showdown or not. I'm gonna show you when I have it.
I think it is.
We haven't seen any bluffs table. We've
Yeah.
only seen when we have it shown.
Yeah.
So I'll be interested to see if anybody has the cojones to table a bluff. I think that would definitely blow the roof off the joint.
I was actually
with how this
wondering about
game is
that with
developing.
Kyle in the hand with him and Tim, because
if Tim showed
had
up the
shown
6 deuce.
had shown a big hand earlier,
Yeah.
and then he didn't show then. I was wondering if Kyle had picked up on that.
Well, that was really the only major bluff we've had. Sith Lord,
Yeah, I think
put
Tim-
off.
Tim's too nice to rub it in. I believe
That's true.
it would have been a good time to table one.
But you got to balance.
Yeah. Yeah, don't show any of it, you know.
I don't like to show when I've been really card dead for a long time. Mm-hmm. Then I'll just show that bluff to hopefully get some action when I finally get the good one.
Always a good way to get paid. Tim's got money now. Everything looks pretty. But now he thinks better of the 9 deuce. Back over to Ryan, who's now below 10 big blinds. He has been open jamming before, but he's going to choose to open the king queen. He can do this with some of his middling hands to balance opening off of his premiums. He is leaving himself with only 7 big blinds behind, so does have some fold equity were he to face aggression.
This hand specifically, do you like this open, JR?
I tell you what, I'll probably just put it in there, to be honest. You know, you're not suited. You know, I think
You can get people to fold better
Yeah,
hands, like maybe a weak ace off.
you're blocking it. Yeah, you get all the weaker aces to fold, the ace 9s and the ace 3, ace 4, ace 5 suited, and you're blocking ace king and ace ace queen. So let's just get it in there. It don't flop well.
Yeah, he's in there. He's experimenting. He's trying. He's in the lab. Lucky for him, Juicy ain't got nothing, but she is enjoying her moment, and I love that for her.
Yeah, I hope she really does good in this too.
She's gonna let go of her napkins.
She just wanted to make Ryan sweat a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, she making threats. Okay, girl.
She was putting it to us yesterday.
No, when I walked in the building today, she was chip leading the event, and I just started asking everyone immediately. I was like, "Who's the hottie with all the chips? Oh my God, who's this? Who's this little snack?"
And then they said, one of the dealers.
Yeah, they said she's a dealer, and then we looked up her Hendon. She's got like less than 4K on there. I was like, well, gosh darn, girl. Heck yeah. You love to see it. I was telling these guys earlier, my friend Mallory Klaus only had 12,000 on her Hendon mob prior to taking down the Texas Card House Dallas main event for over $200,000, nearly 300. I think it was 275. Sometimes those fairy tale moments can happen in tournament poker. That's what we're here for.
Right there. Full metal jack right there. Say something stupid, see what happens.
Tim with chips looking down at 10-9. He likes to play hands. He hasn't had a lot of them. Maybe he gets a little optimistic. Goes prospecting with this one.
It's got 50 blinds.
You got 2 shorter stacks behind you. You don't want to start opening up 10-9 off right now.
You know Tim, son, he don't care. He's like,
Yeah, he does not care.
I want to try to see a flop with this hand.
Ilias with just his 2 final blinds, waiting for any paint to get in there.
Oh shit, D-Ron's got his nose open over there. D-Ron's got his nose wide open.
Hello, how are you? I'm trying to decide which microphone you are. Okay.
Okay.
So we could mute the proper microphone. All right, Juicy's got her starburst out there, moving around some chips. Is she getting ready to make a move?
Oh, I would love this. Oh, no. Just going to let it go.
I gotta get rid of KS nowhere.
We are now being joined in the booth by the owner of the Mad River Poker Club. Would you please introduce yourself to the listening audience?
How you doing? My name is Spank. I'm the room manager. I'm not the owner.
Oh, okay,
So,
my apologies.
You're good. You're good.
Now you were just dealing out
One
there.
second. Hold on. I'm being beckoned.
Oh, he's being ushered in. Okay, we'll catch up with him and see what kind of tells he's picking off the tables because he was just in the box. All right, Ash peeled on the button with the 10-7 suited. Mason defended. King 8 off. Oh, no, it was an open, excuse me.
I was about to say, I think
Open.
I missed that too. I would definitely like to open.
She wants to hear the Chris walk. She wants to say, you're not like us.
And Lil Seaback going to take it down.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, we haven't seen enough of that yet. I mean, it's a good place to start for Ash there.
Yep, get a little momentum going.
It's enough music playing in my head.
Juicy's still calling for the tunes.
Yeah.
She needs some vibes to get in there and mix it up with the 9-4.
I'm trying to tune all the people in there out.
Ilya's still
Maybe
on the
that's
chop.
what it is. You're not allowed to have your headphones on screen. Yesterday, she had her headphones in and she was jiving. You know,
Oh.
she was getting us going.
She needs that intuitive push
Yeah,
from the music.
yeah, just to lock in.
All right, Kyle going to start us off with the suited king. He says no thank you.
Tim with the hammer. Probably going to
You
get
call
out
that
of
the
it.
hammer?
That's a hammer.
That's a hammer?
There's a hammer and a crooked nail.
Oh, I see now.
Yeah.
I see it.
Yeah.
He's not feeling that flirty.
No.
Poor Ilias just keeps picking up the bottom 10th of the deck when he just needs anything to get in there. Probably kicking himself for passing on the Queen 9 suited now. He's had a deuce in his hand, I think, 2 or 3 times in a row now.
I think I'm with you. I would have probably went with the Queen 9 suited. It was chips in the pot. You got a big blind. You got to open. You know.
Maybe the
It's
charts
just
would
gonna
tell you to
flop
get
well.
it in there.
I
Yeah.
think it does. I think it does.
When you're below 5 blinds, pretty much anytime you put your money in the pot, you're going to be gambling. Might
Yeah.
as well gamble with something pretty.
Might as well have a good drawing hand to go at it, right?
Right,
You
might
know.
as well. Follow me and Ronnie Day's poker course. Might as well.
Might as well.
.com.
Stop showing me. Just say it.
It took me for years to realize that it wasn't might as well. I was trying to text one time, might as well, and it wasn't autocorrect.
Oh, you didn't know it was might as well?
I didn't know.
You're like, might as well.
I've been in the southern part of Ohio way too long. Might
Yeah,
as
they
well.
were telling me earlier at the table, the Columbus locals were telling me that Dayton is like the Kentucky of Ohio, that people don't really know that southern Ohio really is the South, sort of like that corner of Pennsylvania that Taylor Swift is from.
Yeah.
All right, Mason raising up some garbage from the small blind. Gonna get the call from the suited wheel ace. No 3-bet from the A4. Queen 5-9 rainbow. If you're gonna continue on this board texture, you do wanna go with a larger size. And since he's already bluffing with air, you know, might as well.
Might as well.
Might as well. It's going to go with a little bit of a down bet, it appears. That looked about 800,000. 800,000 is correct. He's got 3 to a straight flush.
Mobley could float some backdoors here, yes.
Absolutely. 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush, 3 to a straight flush. Ace high going to be good at showdown a lot of the time in blind v blind action. He's not ready to fold. Ace peels on the turn. Since Mike bet out at the queen high board, do we think he slows down here? Do we think he continues to try to represent the ace?
I think Mason's he's ready to check fold now. You know, that call won it for him.
Yep.
He didn't even need the ace.
You do get some chutzpah points for taking a stabby at it, Mason. You do. Unfortunately, you just ran into it.
Yeah.
And Mike going to continue to chip up as second in chips, with only Tim having more chips than him at this time. Juicy continuing to accost the dealers for all the napkins they're dealing her.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
She's apologizing. We accept your apology, girl. We still love you.
We got to get her going.
Yeah, so turn those tunes on for my girl. Get her a Celsius, you know. She ready to let loose.
Yeah.
Open this thing. All right, let's see if they deal. Ilias has three more free hands to try to come up with something before he is going to be forced all in.
Yeah, he's
really get backed into the corner.
Yeah, he's 2 hands away from having to dark it all in under the gun, you know. So this may be it. King high's not the worst here, I guess.
Ryan, knowing that Ilias is behind him, Ryan has, what is that, 13 big blinds.
I believe in it. The shape that Ilias is in, I believe this is a fold. You know, might as well take that 6K ladder, you know, make him double up first.
Yeah, can't argue with it, Ryan. Good fold off the 12 big blinds, excuse me. Math is hard.
What do you think here? You think you go with it, or?
King 5 off, I have 2 more chances to look at a hand. This is a bottom 3% of hands. I think I'm going to try to see it better.
Yeah.
I'm going to see another one. I don't disagree with that fold at all.
Well, you know, everybody's sitting around. At this point, everybody's sitting around waiting for you to die, you know?
Yeah.
So,
and I mean, that's why you got to fold a hand as strong as King High.
Yeah.
All right, we got Spank back in the box. What was the action like out on the felt? What are the vibes? What can you bring us?
They're playful. The 9-seat Juicy and Mike Bubbly, they're having a little bit of banter. They're having a good time out there.
Is anyone drinking adult beverages at this final table, or is everyone pretty locked in? This is like life-changing money.
There's a few of them out there I suspect are.
Oh, there's some bubbles. There's some bubbles on the table.
Yeah.
Okay, I like it. Yeah, Juicy definitely lively, but unfortunately she's just been dealt the bottom, you know, part of the deck the whole time. She's had one hand to open, and she did go with the aggressive 3x open to the point where Ilias folded ace high in the big blind, chose not to defend. So definitely a different Juicy than was advertised to me that was playing earlier in the tournament series. Did you deal to her or watch her play earlier in the series?
I did deal to her just a little bit. When I was in the box, she did seem to, again, just didn't have very good card distribution. So.
Do y'all have any special events coming up at Mad River Poker Club? What's next for y'all?
Next month is pretty light. It's just standard. We've got our dailies for next month, but April we've got a series coming up. It's 500K. We've got some other events sprinkled in there. We got a tag team. We've got a PLO event in there as well.
Yeah, they were telling me earlier that Ohio tournament scene has boomed, and it's sort of like how it is down in my home state, Texas, where pretty much any weekend you can find a 6-figure tournament to drive to and have a guarantee. Is that true?
Yeah, there's a lot going on in Ohio.
And do you think you're keeping the Ohio players interested in the clubs because you have the match the stack?
With the cash games? Yes.
Yeah.
That is a big part of, I think, what what drives our cash games, makes our cash games play bigger. It's a lot of action, so they're a lot of fun.
Does Mad River have any type of loyalty program, or how do y'all give back to the players? Like, I know here at 2 and 4, every day the cash tables have a $100 racehorse sort of splash pot thing, where whoever has the best hand and they just run out the cards, a racehorse, they get $100 twice a day. Do y'all have anything like that over at Mad River?
Yeah, so certain days of the week we have, we'll do hot seats or high hands. In our tournaments, we have like a weekly tournament high hand board that we give some money back to the tournament players with like a weekly high hand thing where there's three spots that pay out. And then Saturdays in March, like I said, March is kind of light with our standard daily schedules, but there's a few Saturdays in March where we're doing a $400 high hands every half an hour for the cash game players.
Oh, beautiful. Well, check out Mad River Poker Club in Dayton to check out those promos, y'all. Meanwhile, back on the table, Ilias has put in his final 2 big blinds in with ace-5.
Clearly, no argument here.
Ash is really taking the call. He's going to like it if he calls because he does have Ilias dominated and pipped. It is one of the worst aces available, though. You even like an ace-3, an ace-deuce, you can still make the wheel. With the ace-6, ace-7, ace-8, not as appealing to call off with all those players and all that action behind. Kind of puts him in a rough spot. If he just calls, someone jams behind. Mike has the ace-6 suited as well on the dealer button, given a little count of the chips. Perhaps a flirty little call off, but again, a bummer of a hand to call off with action behind.
In that moment, we had a moment.
Is Ilias going to survive this? If he does not get a call here, he's essentially going to get a double just for putting himself at risk and stealing the blinds. And because we have seen one of the 5s and another ace-6 folded, these hands are likely going to chop if these are the 2 hands that go to showdown, but we shall see. All right, Mike is going to find the call with the ace-6 there. Ilias is going to want to see some paint when we run these cards.
Well, you're going to get Tim coming along here too, I believe.
Yeah, just another blind for Tim to see the flop and play a side pot with Mike. These are the 2 big stacks. Perhaps Tim just wants to catch the ladder, get out of the way. Doesn't want to be tangling with the other big stack at the table. I don't know how he's going to approach it, but he's giving it the once over.
Yeah, I don't know how much tangling there is. You know, this is...
Like you love the microphone, Ronnie. Like you want to kiss her so they can hear you. I know. It's like if it's not uncomfortably close to your mouth, it's not close enough. Is a rule of thumb. You have to be aware that it's there.
Oh, so Tim did fold the 7-8. That is very surprising.
He did. I can see. Maybe he just wants to get out of the way. Let's take our ladder. All right, we do have a couple of higher cards on the board. The equity is running very close together, 60-40 at this point. All right, we're looking very likely to a chop if we can get one more. And yes, this pot is going to end in a chop. The kickers are not going to play, but that is essentially a almost double up for Ilias. He went from 1.2 million to nearly 2 million. So he does chip up a little bit and he can afford to play his blinds now, live to see another day.
Yeah, and somehow Tim saved money on that. Ilias doesn't even realize he got robbed.
You hear him admit right there that he felt like he was supposed to call, but he let it go.
Yeah.
Another look at our payouts. The first player to bust off this final table has $21,000 to come home with. Everybody making 5 figures today. A lot of people setting new high scores. The big 3 podium up top, 78,000, 120, and then that big juicy 200 up top. Who's it gonna go to? All right, Ilias under the gun here with just 3 and a squirt behind big blinds. He's got the queen 9 offsuit. We saw him fold the queen 9 suited in the small blind earlier.
Yeah.
He's just got to wonder, is he going to take his chance with the big blind?
He didn't like it suited, so he might pass.
I think the charts would tell you to maybe wait and fold here. I would have to check it myself. I don't even know, but
This one would be
it's hard
close.
with everybody else still holding their cards to put it in with the queen 9 off. Do you want to take your chances in the blind? 2/3 of your stack going to get put in the middle before you see any cards. He is going to let it go and take his chances in the blinds. Right, folding around to Mason, this king 10 offsuit. He's going to open, min open. And that's another thing, when you're at a table with less experienced players, if you as the more experienced player set the trend, a lot of times you can get the rest of the table to follow suit. So if you want people to maybe overcommit, maybe you set the trend of starting the bigger opens. Or if you want to play small ball, you want to do the Daniel Negreanu thing, kind of nickel and dime people, you do what Mason's doing and you set the tone of the min open.
Yes. Yeah, they keep up at 4x, and then they see that a player they respect go, min click, and they'll start bringing it down.
Monkey see, monkey do.
Yes.
Are y'all going to go into like an ad break, or are we going to talk through that? Thank you, Roger. All right, Tim with the 7s in the small blind. That great candidate for a flat in the small blind, right? Little set miney poo, but he says no, that is a 3-bet. That is a 3-bet hand. Now, did he go all in, or did he really 3-bet to 17.3 million?
I tell you what,
did he just put in an arbitrary amount of chips? Did he do the thing where you just grab a handful?
I wasn't quite paying attention, but I hope that's just a graphic mistake.
I do like Tim using his big stack to apply pressure. I like the 3-bet there. That's sort of really, really hard size, because you're going to get shoved on by all the premiums, and then you're going to fold out all the bluffs that you're making money from. So perhaps he would have been better served to make it something more like 4.5, 4.8, 5 million. But hey, Tim's the one putting on a masterclass.
Yes.
Are they going to bring our phones out so on break?
Yeah, they should.
Ryan really tempted with the 9-8 here. We're seeing a lot of tanking. I almost feel like they think they're going to make a pay jump if they tank on the final table. It's like, no, there's nobody else on any other tables, y'all. Like, the people on your table have to bust, so you can fold quickly. But Jesse did tell them that they're on a television show and not to fold too quick, so maybe we should just go strangle Jesse.
Yeah, I don't know what Ryan was waiting for.
He's just taking his camera time. Everybody just taking their camera time.
I'll tell you what he was waiting for. He was clocking out the break.
Oh, he was draining the clock. Okay, that tracks. We found it.
Yeah.
We are going to take a nice little ad break now. I'm going to be back here with Ronnie Day and the Mad River Poker Club and Shark Tank Poker Club regulars after this break.
Which one's the mute?
I just want one picture with her. Put the headsets on. I'll probably never do this again.
I love it. Back on? All right, y'all, we're back at the $1 million guarantee live from Columbus, Ohio at the Shark Tank, sponsored in collaboration with Mad River Poker Club. We have 8 players left. Ilya survived, putting the 2 big blinds in the middle. He is still on the chopping block, next to go. Cards in the air. All right, Juicy with the hangman in early position. I'm now joined in the booth. I'm Caitlin Komeski, and I'm joined here by General Manager here at Shark Tank Club, Dave, and owner of the Shark Tank Club, Justin. Welcome to the booth, guys.
What's up?
Thank you, Caitlin.
You can call me Dog. That's what I'm known for in Columbus.
Oh, yeah? What would you do to get that kind of nickname, Justin?
Caitlin, I wish I knew. I've been called Dog for probably the last 40 years, and I'm only 47. So somehow I got it from some of my friends back where I grew up at in Washington Courthouse, Ohio.
So what does this mean to you to have your club featured on a live stream like this, $1 million event?
Oh, it's something that I envisioned in my head and just dreamed about ever since live stream became a thing, and to finally get it something like that, the collaboration with Mad River, and have the people that we have that were able to pull something off like this was it takes all the people here, and so it's just special. It's
Yeah,
really,
Dave, what
really
kind
cool.
of planning and preparation goes into pulling off an event and a collaboration like this?
It's a lot. It's coming up with the right buy-in amount, structure, the everything. It's a lot of people. It's a lot of everything. So we're thankful we can come through, and for the Midwest, this is a huge event.
And Dave, you were lucky enough to play in this event and make day 3. Can you tell us about your journey in this $1 million guarantee event?
Lucky's right. Lucky's the most important word. I stink, and I hit the hands when I needed to hit them, and these guys are all really good, and I was very fortunate to get as far as I did, and it was a fun time.
Is the person who busted you still on this table?
Yeah, I'm quietly rooting against him. There he is, right there, Elias. He's a really good player, but he got me. But it was a good time.
Elias now forced all in on the big blind. He's got 6-4 suited up against Juicy's hangman.
Oh, I love the 6-4 suited. That hand in Columbus has a lot of history. It's got a little nickname. I don't know if I can say it in the air, but I will.
You can say anything you want.
Yeah, we call that the shit burger in Columbus, Ohio. 4-6 suited.
And 4 on the flop for the shit burger. Can Ilias get the double? He's going to be fading an 8, a 10, or an ace on the river.
Hey.
He does it. 6-4 suited for the double up. He's now going to have 3.6 million,
Shit
almost
Yep.
5 big blinds to stay alive. La Cucaracha refuses to go away. He went into today, this final table, as the chip leader, and through no fault of his own, he got coolered the ace-king versus Tim Harris's ace-jack, jack on the turn. Did cooler him out of a lot of his chips, and then he got another cooler, getting 2 queens against Mason's kings, or Mason's kings. So now these players have had their first break, whatever information they've gotten from their family watching at home about how tight people are playing so far. We'll see what kind of adjustments are going to get made as they move forward here. So guys, what's next for Shark Tank Poker Club? You got any promos or events coming down the pike?
Well, I can let Dave kind of talk about that a little bit. we do have a one-day tournament, I think, at the end of the month. It's a 50K guaranteed. It's just a one-day event on a Saturday. I think that's the next really interesting
What's
thing
the
that we have.
buy-in for that event?
400. We're going to go 50K in a day on March 29th. That's going to be on a Saturday, I believe. We're doing 1K, and then we're currently in the plans to get this next Millie with Mad River.
Starting July 4th weekend, 2025. So
nice, competing with the main event around that time frame.
Yeah, hopefully following up, and
well, all the people that have busted, this is their opportunity to kind of make their summer better.
Yeah,
so,
summer saver for all the boys that had bad trips out to Vegas for the series.
And the ones that didn't get to go out.
Yeah.
So and we try not to do anything in June. We want a lot of our players are out and about in Vegas for that whole month. So we try to keep a light schedule as far as tournaments during June, and then kind of ramp it up in July.
Yep.
So I believe right here during this delay, we were trying to make sure that the chip up was done correctly. A player thought that they had a incorrect stack, so we had to kind of review some footage and fix it. So that's what this little delay was here that we're
So we're down to
having.
2 chip denominations. What chip denominations are we working with currently?
100K, which is the yellows, and the pink are 1 million, I believe. So that's just it. We chipped up the 25Ks.
A lot of color ups led to this point. 3 days of playing, 10 opening flights at Shark Tank Poker Club alone.
That is
Did
right.
Mad River have 10 opening flights as well?
I believe they had 13.
I think they
13.
had 12 or 13. They had a few more than we did.
I think the opening weekend they kicked it off, and then we kind of rotate different weekends, and then the last weekend we always kind of run flights simultaneously. We try to vary the times a little bit.
And
it
you
is- Go ahead.
I'm sorry, you were offering an accelerated flight too, a turbo flight on Friday night. Can you tell us about that one?
So the accelerated flights, when we do those, we just change the blind levels to where they're 15 minutes and then there's instead of 30. And we start with the same chips and everything. It's just, it's like we call them turbos or accelerated. Some people prefer those, and some people won't fire any flight until they get to that. And then Mad River did that as well on Saturday, where they had a accelerated flight as well.
So what kind of out-of-towners do you get? Do you have people coming in from Michigan or the Northeast? What travelers do you get coming into Columbus to play these big events?
It's mainly Midwest, but we get a lot of we get a lot of Detroit players. There's not a whole lot going on in the Detroit area, Fort Wayne, Indiana, West Virginia, the Charleston area, things like that. So we've got, anytime we run a big event like this, we get all the Midwest players. So that's a big thing for us. So trying to focus on the big, large, guaranteed events for us. That's where our sweet spot is right now.
If players do travel to Columbus, Ohio, are there any local hots or tourist attractions or restaurants that you recommend the players that are coming into Columbus? I know, throw you a curveball. They're wait a second.
Dog's pretty much the authority on high-level dining, so I'll leave that to him. He's a big baller.
Well, I have a sweet spot for Jeff Ruby's. We have we have some good friends that are on the service staff there that take care of us, including one of our friends, Ryan Kalb, who goes as Peel. He actually won this same $1 million guarantee, I believe, 2 years ago at Mad River. But he's a server at Jeff Ruby's. So whenever we get together in town for a special event or something, we kind of go there.
And that's steakhouse?
It's a steakhouse, yeah.
Heck yeah.
Jeff Ruby's in the Midwest is it's one of the most renowned steakhouses in all of the United States, I believe. It's very high end and it's nice. Really good ambiance in there.
All right, I'm going to put that in my Zagat's journal for next time I return to Columbus.
Yeah.
All right, cards are back in the air. We've got the chip discrepancies all ironed out, and we are ready for some more final table play. Juicy folds around to Mason with the suited hangman and under the gun +1.
I've known Mason for about 20 years. Mason actually grew up in a really small town called Sabana, Ohio, which is about 10 minutes from where I'm from, and it's a small farming community. So I've spent a lot of time with Mason over the years, and he's a really, really good dude, and he's a pretty good player. We've played a lot of hands together over the years.
Nice. He's going to open it up with the suited ace. Mike going to come along, just call in position with the Jack-10 offsuit. Really a hand maybe you want a 3-bet or fold. Maybe not even 3-bet that often, but he is going to take the spot in position. We've seen Mike take some of these calls in position, see a flop with it. We'll see how that serves him. Folds around to Ilias in the small blind with the king 8. He's going to let it go. Sitting on just 4 big blinds now. Ash with 11 big blinds behind, and the big blind is going to take a look at the flop, it looks like here, with the king queen suited. We've got 3 players to the flop.
That's my boy Ash. I've played a lot with him as well. We play at Hollywood Casino in Columbus every Friday. Me and Ash play 2-5 or 5-10 together. So I was excited to see him make this group of 8.
He looks like one of the younger players at the table. Is that accurate?
Yes, yes, he is. He's a really nice guy.
Jack high flop flocks Mike's best. Mike says, I can call in position whenever I want, Caitlin. I know what's coming. Mason has the gut shot here. Backdoor hearts. He was the original raiser. He is going to check it over. Now on these Jack high super connected flops, you really want to go with the bigger size if you are going to bet it. Let's see how Mike sizes it. He goes 2.2, about 1/3 pot. Ash going to let go of his gut shot and overs.
So what do you think about him letting go of that gut shot and 2 overs there? You think that's a spot where maybe he could get a little frisky?
No.
Get a jack to fold there?
No, I think it's totally fine. Totally fine flop. You definitely can find some raises there. I don't know if I would want to be calling there. He definitely has the nut advantage, being is the big blind defender on that Jack high super connected board. So I definitely think that your instincts are right on point that could be a spot to maybe take a play. But both Mason and Mike still had their hands at the time, so he's got that Mike in the middle as the original raiser. Maybe he doesn't want to take that spot. All right, here's a look at the chip counts. Timmy Harris, our tree farmer extraordinaire, leading the pack at 39 big blinds. Mike Mobley, one of the more active and assertive players at the table, his aggression being rewarded. He's chipped up to almost 30 million. Mason and the rest with the short stack. Poor unlucky Ilias at the bottom, our most experienced but our most unlucky today. Let's see if he can't spin it back up to be a contender at this final table. We are still 8-handed. We have not lost a player yet.
So let me ask you this, Caitlin. How long have you kind of been in this poker business where you're a comedian, but you're also a very good player? I know my fiance Sarah and you played on the WPT Voyage.
Yes.
And she was fortunate enough to get 3rd, and you were 1st. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
But,
that was a good time. I had so much fun that entire event. All the ladies were drinking. It was very social, very chatty. That was one of my favorite ladies, of course, because I won it. And I won 10 grand, and I got my WPT title. Of course, it was a great day for me. But all the ladies that played that event were so talkative, and we were able to go for each other's throats while also really appreciating everybody's personality at the table. I've been full-time with poker since about 2021. I started out doing game organizing, and I worked for a smaller club in Austin, game organizing, working on their social media. And then when that ownership sold, I moved to content creation full-time at the beginning of 2022. I started out doing long-form vlogs that were sort of middling in success, got like 5K, 10K views on a couple. And then I had my breakout moment with the Jack 4 scandal with Robbie J. Lou. I did my first poker impression sketch comedy videos. That first one, I was lucky enough to go viral. I got 1 million hits on that one, my most popular video to date. And that sort of created a platform for me that has taken me a lot of places. And here I am in Ohio.
I know.
The pinnacle of it all.
So me and Dave, we are actually in a group chat where we actually recreate live vlogs and try to create our own content.
Yes.
Usually ours is about golf and how bad we are at golf and how much we lose. And when Dave throws a club in a tree, we chat about it and try to make a little content on it. So we followed in your footsteps on some of that. We're not to your level yet. We haven't got anything going viral. I think maybe about 17 views is what we're at now. But we're working our way up.
Do y'all gamble out on the links?
But yeah, unfortunately we do. Unfortunately for me, but some of my friends back home that are listening wins, and Dooley usually works out well for them. Usually not good for me. And the Live King, Yale Greenfield, which I believe you know, he gambles with us as well. So usually benefits them more than it does me. But it's a lot of fun.
Nice. We're reaching the end of this pot. Juicy defended the 10-7 suited. She's got third pair. Mike has top pair. It's going to go check on the river, and he's going to drag this pot. And we have a new chip leader at the table. Mowgli now sitting on 31.7 million, just edging out Tim here. Definitely his aggression, his willingness to play pots being rewarded early in this final table play.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see Mobley entering a lot of pots. He's always pretty active when he comes and plays a lot of our flights, and that's kind of what he's known for in this Midwest, as far as Dayton, Columbus, Cincinnati area, as far as when he plays a tournament. He's pretty active, so when he's running good, he's quite dangerous.
Is the culture in Ohio, everybody plays cash and tournament? It's not like, oh, that's Ash, he's more of a cash player. Oh, that's Juicy, you only see her in tournaments. Everybody kind of jack of all trades here?
I would say more so than most areas. Yeah, I mean, you get some guys that play both, obviously, but I think that, you've got some tournament killers that
right.
they only, that's all that they do.
Right. There's, I'd say it's a little bit more than what most places around the country are. I know Ash plays equally probably cash and tournament. Mason as well. I think he plays a lot of cash. Some of these other gentlemen, I'm not really sure, but generally people that play in the Shark Tank, a lot of them play both. They'll play the nightly tournament when it's wrapped up or they get knocked out. They'll just jump in and play cash, whether that's PLO or 30-60 mixed or whatever. They just like to do everything, and that's kind of how it's always really been. But Ohio's really got, especially in Columbus, has always had a big club poker scene, kind of like the Shark Tank, where it used to be that a tournament started at 7 p.m. and then that was it. And then, if you weren't there at 7:05, then you didn't play. So they just would jump in and cash. And it was always a transition where people played both. And that's kind of been my experience with it. I don't know if Dave kind of agrees.
The opportunity to have a big score and win a bunch of money is definitely more prevalent in Ohio. I feel like in ratio. $1 million guarantee. We're already planning on our next $1 million guarantee. So, I would say big stakes cash games aren't quite as prevalent as, say, the opportunity to make a big score in a tournament, and that's probably, kind of the way Ohio operates.
Right. The hand that we just saw, Mobley opened under the gun, really large open. He went with the 4X open with the ace-king. We've seen him limp with some middling hands, and we've seen him raise up really big with his stronger hands. He could be telegraphing the strength to the other players, and he did not get any action with that ace-king.
So he puts you, and it's weird that, I don't have as much experience playing with these guys. I was just telling our buddies the other day, I ran deep in this thing and, ran pretty good, and I thought I played okay, but I've played probably 10 big tournaments in the last 4 years. So I don't have as much experience playing with these guys, but I will say, playing with Mobley, that is his shtick. He makes you uncomfortable. And he'll 3X you, he'll limp in. You have no idea where he's at, and that's kind of his MO, and that's what makes him dangerous and what makes you puts you in uncomfortable situations. And that's what makes him good.
Yep, and that strength has led him to 33.7 million, chip leading this final table. Tim nipping at his heels at 31.3 million, looking down at the queen 10 off in early position. He's going to think better of it. Ryan's still our short stack with just over 6 big blinds remaining, hanging in there. Ilyas at death's door here with 4 big blinds and ace high. Oh, he's going to let it go. He's got a lot of hands behind. He's going to wait for a better spot. Ash has a playable hand here in the cutoff, king-queen offsuit. He is just below 10 big blinds to start the hand, but he is going to opt to open this. 2.2 million, going with that 2.5x open size off the 10 bigs.
I can see Juicy maybe 3-betting here.
She's been waiting for a spot. Is this the one she's going to choose? Been very selective so far. We've only seen her get involved with the suited 10-7 that she defended and the 10s that she opened 3x. Is this time to make the move? sort of hard when your opponent opens bigger off of with just the 10
Right.
big blinds behind.
I
That
was just
telegraphs a
thinking
lot
that.
of strength. Maybe he's only doing that with his premiums. Just gonna think better of it, let it go. Mike gonna let go of the ace-6 suited. Nobody likes ace-6 offsuit. What are you gonna do with all that nonsense? Oh no, excuse me, that was Mason getting out of the way with his napkins, and now Mike has the opportunity to complete here with ace high. Don't break my heart and fold an ace high in the big blind again. I heard an I call. We're gonna go heads up to this flop. Ash leaving himself with a stack to pot ratio of 1-to-1 right now. Gonna really hope to see some paint here. He flops the gut shot, backdoor clubs, jack high flop, pretty connected. I think it's stop and go time for Ash. Fit or fold. It is gonna go check, check on the flop. 8 on the turn brings in a gut shot for Mike. Ace high still best. Five on the river pairs the board. Ace high still best. It's gonna go check all the way down, and ace high gonna take it down. But that's a spot where, do we think if Ash just shoves the 9 big blinds with king queen off, we think he gets the easy flick in from Mobley holding the ace high?
I think Mobley probably folds.
You don't think he wants to
No.
go 10 big blinds that is going to be a little chunk of stack?
I don't think he does. I think he folds, but I mean, Mobley's a wild card. I mean, it's hard for me to put into, you know, put anything into what he might and might not do. He just kind of is sporadic a lot of times. But I do think he folds there in that spot.
And now,
especially how tight everybody's kind of. They're all playing very, very
Very
passive.
tight.
This is a different ball game at the final table.
Yeah, they're all
that,
playing
you know,
extremely passive.
Playing this down to 13 and seeing how the play went,
Right.
and how we went from 45 to 27 and 27 to 9. This is a completely different type of game that we're playing right now. Even though the structure is kind of similar to, you know, it's been consistent the entire way, the play is definitely changed.
if you're watching this video on YouTube, please smash that like button and subscribe. We are broadcasting this on both the Shark Tank Poker Club YouTube channel and the Mad River Poker Club YouTube channel. So whichever platform you're watching on, please make sure to smash that like button and subscribe. Jump in the chat, say hi, let us know where you're watching from. And let's see how Kyle does. Kyle started the hand with just over 7 big blinds. He put 2 in the middle, so 5 behind. Tim's gonna open up real chunky, almost opening up 5.5 blinds. Chip leader privilege over here. It's gonna fold all the way around to Mason on the button. He's got ace-10. He is gonna fold. That is a really chunky open. Hard to put in 5.5 big blinds at this stage with a hand as middling as ace-10, even with position. And Kyle gonna let it go. Tim gonna take it down. What do you think of those really large open size, Dave?
It just makes it difficult, and like I said, I saw that start to happen once we got down to 3 and 2 tables. A few of the guys kind of started to take that philosophy, and it really, with the way the average stack is and in relation to the big blind, it makes it difficult to make a move. I mean, you're sitting there with ace-10, and what do you do? I mean, you have. You got to make a decision almost for your stack, and it's a different type of philosophy.
It does come to a point where it makes it hard for him to eliminate people and get value out of his hands, because he's only going to run into better there if he's opening 5x,
exactly.
right?
Yep.
And maybe he's doing that so he knows he can just fold and just move on to the next one if he gets re-raised. I'm not sure. I think that is a large sizing that. But maybe the structure has a little bit to do with it, with big blinds and the chips in play and the other relative stacks that he knows that, you know, he could get shoved on and he's probably not good, or at best he's flipping.
It's not just your chip stack.
Yeah.
I mean, you got a 5.2, you got a 3.2, a 5.4. I mean, you open now. I mean, not that 9s are the biggest concern, but you know, it's definitely, you know, pot recognition or stack recognition is a big deal at this point.
Juicy getting kind of skinny too. She's got the suited hangman right now. She's going to open up off about 11 big blinds, or no, yeah, 11, a little over 11. I've got the chat open. I see you, Money. I see Austin. I see Kristen and Eddie. Welcome to our chat. Fearless Joe, Haas, Brett. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Make sure to slam that like button and let us know where you're watching from. I got the chat open now. Kristen rooting hard for Juicy. Hard not to root for Juicy. Last woman standing, biggest personality at the table.
Oh, for
She's
sure.
a dealer.
Yep.
She's only got 4K on her Hendon. Impossible not to root for Miss Juicy.
She's got about $3,999 more dollars than the dog's got. So she's doing pretty good. She's
You got an old goose egg on the Hendon
well,
dog?
I actually might have about $1,200. I think I got. I think I cashed a $500 horse tournament last year. Somehow I made a wheel in Raz when I started with the king. So it was a good run.
You played good in that one.
I did. Yeah, I just got to outplay him sometimes.
All right, it's going to fold around to Tim in the big blind, 10-6 suited, certainly defendable. But we did see him fold rather tight in the big blind before. We'll see if he continues that trend or if he takes a stand and uses his chip advantage. Thanks for smashing that like button, Aubrey. What's up, G&G Trading? And Juicy just going to take that down. Tim again with the tight fold. What do y'all think of not defending the 10-6 suited there?
Well, as tight as they're playing, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, it's tough out of position. I know I can't play that hand out of position.
At a certain point, though, it's like with the blinds going up, a lot of these players are just blinding out. Just by they're folding their way to below 10 blinds.
Right. Yeah. And I think it goes back to when Ash played the King Queen earlier when he opened and Mobley defended with the Ace-6. He flops 2 overs and a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw, and he checked every street. I think at the turn I think you got to at least bet the flop, maybe just 1.5 big blinds. It's worth the pot at that point. But, you know, he's choosing the passive way.
Yeah, I mean, he put himself into that awkward position where the SPR was 1-to-1 headed to the flop, and he wasn't really willing to risk it for the biscuit. I think it might have gotten through, though.
Yeah, I do, especially after and he's seen how, passive the play is. So I think Mobley's image probably played a big role where he knows Mobley will call a little bit lighter than anybody at the table. So, but then again, when you have, 10 big blinds or less, sometimes you just have to risk it. Like you said, risk it for the biscuits to get those chips are so important at this stage.
Yeah, there's an expression I've heard a lot of great poker players use that if you want to live, you can't be afraid to die. And there are definitely all these players coming up against that old adage right now. I see Adam in the chat saying nobody wants to be 8th place. That's certainly playing a huge role in
that's definitely a thing.
The tight
you've got
level of play we're seeing.
Was that Mr. Friedman, Adam Friedman, or just
we
an
see
Adam?
Adam David. David in our chat. A lot of people rooting for Juicy. We got some family members. Tamara in the chat rooting for Juicy. Colonel's watching from Northeast Ohio. He's played with a few of these folks. Who you rooting for, Colonel?
Got a question for the dog in there.
Ooh, doggy.
Christian. Let's know how many no-limit tourneys you've played lifetime.
Well, let me see. I have played the World Series main event. So I do have that in the book.
Hey, big dog.
0 cash. Did not cash.
I'm 0 for 2 myself, I have to admit.
My guy. Here's my guy.
Yeah.
This is my guy if he gets some chips.
Yeah, this is Dave's
this is my
dark horse.
Get some chips on Ryan and look out.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ryan putting his last 5.5 big blinds in the middle with ace queen suited. I don't know if Mike limped here or if he opened, but it is going to be okay, so if it's 3.6 million for him to call, he probably just limped.
I think he just limped, yeah.
Yep, he did limp with a mystery hand. What do we think he's got under there?
Oh, whew.
Your guess is as good as mine, eh, with that boy?
King 9 off, maybe? It can't be very good for him to think about it this long. My feeling is he's probably going to call it.
He's got one in the middle, only 4 more, just about 4 blinds, 4.5 to call.
What do you think here, Caitlin? Do you like a call here with any 2? Or do you, when you limp in there and someone with that stack size shoves, are you just saying you were calling it?
I think at a certain point you have to start eliminating players if you want to ladder up and you want to win the
yeah.
bird. So yeah, I don't think there are a lot of hands that you limped in that you get to fold for 4 more blinds.
Yeah, he's calling.
So
Yeah, there we go.
He heard me in his heart.
Jack 9.
Yeah, it's in the ballpark.
Yeah, I was thinking the King 9 because it's called the K9 sometimes, and with my nickname of dog, that's kind of what I just reverted to.
Yeah, now we've got a race. Ryan's certainly in the lead, but the equities we can see are about 70-30 at this point. Definitely could see a heartbreak for Ryan right here for the Buffalo Wild Wing man. 8 high flops still safe for Ryan. Ooh,
Oh,
9
boy.
on the turn. Now we're going to need to see a Barry Greenstein on the river. No such luck. And Ryan, our hometown hero from Dayton, Mad River Poker Club regular, Buffalo Wild Wings corporate extraordinaire, is going to be our first player out. He gets $21,000 for 8th place in his efforts today. Great game to Ryan. Well played. Really chose his spots. Got it in with the best of it. And sometimes you're just going to get coolered.
Never
It just didn't work out for him. I can, like I said, I played a little bit with Ryan today, and he's an impressive player.
He's a nice guy too.
Yeah,
he
very
was
nice
a pleasure
guy,
to be
sweet
around
guy.
this whole week. I was really rooting for them. I'm rooting for everybody, honestly. Everybody there I like a lot, but you know, it's hard for me to do this and see all these different members that you've known for years and want them to get knocked out or root for one or the other. So
Now that Ryan's fallen on the sword, and so now these players don't have to be the first one out of the final table, do you think we're going to see a little bit of loosening up?
I don't really know. I mean, you kind of got the same situation. I mean, I was just looking at that. I mean, you got Mobley 52 big blinds, and you've got, I mean, you have another 3 or 4 players that have 13 bigs or under. Really puts Mobley in a weird spot.
yeah, I can see Mason playing relatively snug until Ilias or Ash does something.
Yeah, Ilias has half of his stack committed in this pot in the big blind.
Right.
So he's got 16 in the middle, 1.6 in the middle, 1.6 mil behind.
I mean,
He's going to have a pretty bad hand to justify a fold here.
I think this hand for Kyle is, this will be interesting to see what Kyle does here with the 5s with only 3.7 million. I can't see him folding here, can you? With the 5s? I don't see it. And he's in a great spot if he gets it in.
Mike really loosening up with these limps with the 4-3 suited. Hey, he's getting away with it.
Yeah,
Who's going to stop me? Who's going to check me, boo? That's what he says.
And Kyle's probably hating it right now just because of that.
And there the 5s go in the muck.
Because he knows he's getting called, and it's just like, do I want to flip
But
right
he could have
here?
limped. He could have limped and just tried to see.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, back around over to Tim, who's got some napkins on the button. I see a lot of Tim fans in the chat. We got Josh Harrison rooting for Tim in the chat.
Well, Christian's really letting you have it in the chat there, dog.
Who, me?
Letting the people know that your Hendon mob is currently at 3,561.
Yeah. Well, see, these guys know where I'm at every Friday and Saturday. And, you know, I'm always at the main game at the casino. And anytime they want a shot at the champ, they can come and get it. So, Christian,
I haven't seen Christian show up
you know,
on Friday or Saturday.
Ilias, let's go of a suited hand with just 2 big blinds behind. He would have had dominated Mike. Oh, no. So I guess Mike didn't limp that hand. I guess he opened. We missed that action. But, wow, I'm very surprised to see a folded hand in the big blind. And Ilias, you would have had him right where you wanted him, too. So now Ilias is going to live to see another pot with just 2 big blinds behind. Again, the blinds are at 400,000, 800,000 big blind.
Mike's got the table right where he wants them.
Top 6 says he plays at Mad River, and he's from Cincinnati. Hard to choose who to root for, but he's rooting for Joanna, for Juicy, aka Juicy. Like I said, hard not to root for Juicy. Juicy has King 10 off under the gun. Probably a little too loosey-goosey of an open, but again, everybody's backs are getting up against the wall here.
We have the Beth Locke shout out. OMG, dog, small dog.
Why are you a small dog?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure, Beth. You probably have to ask Sarah that. I have no idea. Beth Locke is one of my wife's good friends. So, hey, Beth, we miss you. We hope to see you come back on the felt sometime soon.
And bring some cookies, will you?
Yeah, Beth is a cookie extraordinaire. She makes cookies and passes them out, and they are great.
Juicy did opt to open this one under the gun. She went with a large open size, almost 3 big blinds, leaving herself just over 10 big blinds behind, sort of going for that same move that Ash did earlier. We'll see how it goes for her. She has earned herself quite a tight table image at this stage in the tournament. Perhaps this gets through and this works for her.
I actually like her chip stack right now with her image, with the relation to the short stacks. So, you know, she could, you know, she could ladder up. I think she needs to loosen up a tiny bit, but
this definitely looks strong for her.
It does.
With the 39 hands that we've played so far, her only getting involved in 2 or 3 of them up to this point. So I think this is gonna go really well for her. We have seen a lot of suited hands getting fold with the opportunity to be defended in the big blind. This one's going to be no different, and Juicy is going to drag this pot, get herself a little bit out of the danger zone, and chip up to 13.1 million.
I think I'm going to pass on the headset to my friend Quinn Richards. He's sitting here. He's eagerly waiting to get on the live chat. Quinn Richards is getting ready to jump in here, everybody. Quick shout out to Quinn. I've been playing with Quinn's mom and dad for probably 20 years. Some of the nicest people I know, but everybody that knows in the poker community in Columbus is scared of Quinn. Quinn's been crushing, like we were talking earlier with Caitlin about people in Columbus, do they play cash and tournament? Quinn plays PLO. He plays no limit, and he plays tournaments, and he does them at an extremely high level. So I'm excited to get him in the booth and kind of go over some things with him. And he's also a really nice guy, so his mom and dad did really great. Caitlin has been great. I'll probably be in here later on today, but I will pass this on.
Looking forward to seeing you later, Justin. Thanks to Justin. We still got Dave in here, and we're going to be welcoming in Quinn. Take a seat, Quinn. Back to the action, we have Mason with the min open. He's the only one opting for this size, which I think is optimal given the stack size and the stage of the tournament we're in, but hey, what do I know? He opened to 2x. Tim with the suited ace and the cutoff. Does he want to come along? Hold on, you put that on. We'll get your microphone so we don't hear that. And then you want to just like you're kissing it. When it's uncomfortably close, then it's perfect. Welcome to the booth, Quinn. Say hello to your fans.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, we got Quinn in here.
Quinn, did you play this event?
Yes. I did not make day 2. It was a financial problem for me.
Did you empty the clip in it? Did it start to become an addiction there towards the end?
You could say that.
I'm sorry. Sometimes I get into these low buy-in, big guarantee tournaments when they run 10, 12 flights. It's real easy to get yourself buried real soon. We're folding all the way around to Juicy, Queen 7 off. Given the trend that we've seen from these players so far, I can't see her defending this. But she just absolutely wrecked these boys opening the King 10 under the gun. So perhaps she's starting to feel herself get a little momentum. Have you played with Juicy before, Quinn?
No, she's been my dealer in Mad River, but I haven't played with her.
All right, she is going to defend. We're going to see a flop here. I love it, Juicy.
like
Get
that.
in there. Nine, six, deuce, two clubs out there. Both of these players have a club in their hand. Mason with the better of the two. Mason with just over 10 bigs behind. Is he going to opt for the C-bet, holding the ace of clubs in his hand? I think if he could see her hold cards, he would just C-bet and take it down, but we are going to go to the turn. 4. This is a card that favors Juicy's range. Do we think Juicy ever finds a lead here?
I do think she should.
She should, for sure. Do we think she can? Maybe we can telepath from the future. Send her lead, lead, lead. Quinn, you look so familiar. Have we played together before?
We
have
played
to.
together in Texas. We played on live stream together.
There it is. I knew I'd
Wow.
seen you, and it had been so recently. Well, it's nice to see you again.
Same.
All right, we're going check, check on the turn. River 6.
Pretty difficult for Juicy to win this pot once it plays this way.
I feel like any bet's going to get snap called.
Yeah, with the action, the way that it went, it's going to be really hard to get him off a hand like ace-jack. Maybe if she overbet the pot, 2x jammed, maybe, but Quinn's looking at me like I'm crazy. He's like, no, the hand is over. It's been over for some time. Let it go. And yeah, ace-high going to take down this pot. Mason going to drag a decent-sized pot. So Quinn, what do you think separates Ohio poker from the rest of the poker in the country? My initial impression is it's just the family environment. It seems like just a few years ago, y'all were in grandma's basement all playing together for the last 10 years. And just with the clubs, we just brought the family environment into a more regulated space. What do you think?
It's definitely friendlier than some of the other places I've been to. I've been to Vegas many times, Florida, Texas, California. I think one difference about Ohio is we have casinos and card clubs that other places usually just have one or the other.
The biggest difference between the games in the clubs and the games in the casino, me talking to the players, seems to just be that the casino games are capped. Is that true, or do you get like a different player pool coming into the casino? Do you get more tourists coming into the casinos as opposed to the clubs? What are some of the advantages, disadvantages?
You definitely, in casinos, people will wander in. People don't really wander into the Shark Tank as much, you know. At the casino, you just have other different gambling options, so people are more likely to stumble into there. But people more, if they come to a poker club, they want to play poker, specifically.
Absolutely. I don't think I've heard of any poker club in the country offering a better playing environment for a cash player than the Shark Tank. $30 daily fee. You play rake-free poker the rest of the day. I mean, unbeatable.
It spoils you when you go other places. You feel like they're robbing you. You have to pay so much money. How can I win?
Easy to beat the rake here at Shark Tank Poker Club. There ain't none, y'all. Give us $30, have a good time. If y'all haven't already, please make sure to smash that like button. Help everybody come in and join us and find us, and they'll find the best deal for cash poker in the country once they do. We folded around to Ilyas with a mystery hand.
Very short stacked.
Not but 1.5 bigs for Ilyas. He is going to put them in the middle with his mystery hand. We'll find out what that hand is shortly. Ash letting go of King 10 off for just 1.5 bigs.
Well, how many big blinds does he have? Let's see.
He doesn't have that many more. He's sitting on 3.4 mil. Juicy not going to get in there with the Doyle.
Here.
And now Ilyas has been here before and it did not go his way. He was in this exact position earlier with Tim. Tim holding the ace-jack. Tim got his jack. Will Mason cooler Ilias one more and send him to the rail? Cards on their backs. Here's the run out. Ooh, jack in the window. The run bad for Ilias. His final table run continues. He needs a 10 or a king to survive here. Hiya, 3 on the river, and that is all she wrote for Ilias. Congratulations. He came in as our chip leader. He got coolered out of this bird, but through no fault of his own. Really played great today, and good game to Ilias. He will be taking home $27,000 for his efforts and his 3 days playing here in Ohio.
Unfortunate run out. Mason is, he runs good. What can we say?
Yeah, no, Mason running pure today. Now that we have sort of the biggest threat off the table, right? Ilias had 1.2 million in career earnings. He was really the only one that had that experience coming into this table. Do we think eliminating him is going to shift the dynamics at all, Quinn?
Yes, I've seen a lot of less than normal, quote unquote, poker at this final table, so I think somebody like Mobley has a good chance now. Can steal blinds relentlessly if he chooses to with weaker holdings.
Absolutely, and he's definitely, once you put the microphone, yep. All right, back to the action. Kyle gotten very skinny himself, sitting on 3.7 million, less than 5 blinds. Now we have 2 micro stacks hanging on below 5 big blinds, both Kyle and Ash next on the chopping block. Juicy, also not out of the woods yet, sitting on about 12 blinds. More like 13. Math is hard. Brittany in the chat saying she's noticing that the players are playing more reserved for sure. No one really bluffing or anything. You can tell they're trying to focus and wait for the right shot. There is a balance, though. You want to wait for the right shot, but this is a tournament. Blinds are going to be going up, and a lot of these players are finding themselves blinding out of the tournament.
Yeah, you see a lot of very conservative play in late stages of tournaments, especially for players who don't have big scores necessarily. They're way more likely to never bluff and just look for the nuts, honestly.
That's absolutely fair. Again, most of these players have already locked up their highest score by making it to this final table, so hard to blame them trying to get those ladders. Ash next on the topping block with 4.3 bigs, Kyle 4.6, and then we've got Juicy and Mason kind of in that middle stack area, and then Tim and Mike with their foot on the gas and their foot on their throats, honestly, really controlling this final table with just a little bit of aggression and assertiveness.
It would be a pretty big mistake for people to bust before the 4 big blind stacks busts in almost every scenario.
Definitely. So Juicy and Mason are those players more so that have to play probably most conservatively.
Definitely.
Quinn, you've been labeled as the best coach in Columbus in the chat. What do you have to say about that?
Well, since I've never given any formal coaching, I'm confused.
You just speak your mind at the table sometime and they label you coach for that?
Perhaps that's it.
Juicy's got ace-9 offsuit in the cutoff here. Good enough. The blinds have gone up this hand. We are now at 500,000, 1 million big blinds. She's opening to 2.4 million off of the 10 big blinds, leaving herself just 8 bigs behind. Going to be a very similar spot to the one Ash put himself earlier when he opened the king-queen off. Mike with a couple of napkins in the small. Really thinking about it here. Is this just a little bit of posturing or no? He puts it in the middle. Kyle with the king 5 off. If I know, he's got 1.7 behind, less than 2 big blinds behind. If now, win, buddy.
I do think he should gamble here with this stack size.
I mean, king high, 2 in the middle, less than 2 behind. I think that's your honey bun.
It's not unreasonable for Juicy to raise a hand like Jack 10 suited and you just have the best hand.
Absolutely. Let's see if he comes to the same conclusion we have. Just agonizing to have to put your tournament life on the line with a hand as weak as king 5. We definitely see him going through that now. No, don't do it. Oh, no.
I gotta say, I believe that's a mistake.
I believe that's a mistake too. He is going to live to see another day, but at least Juicy had the clemency to show him the ace high, so maybe in game and moment he can believe he made the right decision.
Chances make champions.
So,
Absolutely.
Caitlin, Quinn, are the stack sizes just, has this been the story of this final table, just the dynamic of we've got players that are sitting with 3 and 4 bigs the entire time and
no,
everyone's
I'd say,
afraid to make a move?
Well, we started with almost everybody had a very similar chip stack.
Yeah.
The chip leader came in with 22 and nobody had less than 15 big blinds to start the day. Everybody came in with a lot of playability. No one wanted to go out first. No one was getting in there, mixing it up, defending wide enough in their big blind. And so a lot of these less experienced players have found themselves blinding out of the tournament.
Yeah.
They have made a couple of pay ladders now with Ilias and Ryan getting busted with, they were willing to put their chips on the line and unfortunately they did get coolered. So, you know, there was some diminishing returns out of their strategy and that now they are probably not going to have a choice when their time comes. $35,000 is going to the 6th place player next to be eliminated from this tournament, and it's looking very likely like that could be Kyle. Ash is going to be in the big blind next and will be forced to put most of his stack in. He's going to let go of the queen 8 off under the gun and take his chances in the big. Juicy here with almost 13 bigs has a couple of ducks.
Caitlin, do you think Ash should have gone all in with the queen 8 there for 3.5 big blinds?
I feel like it's close. It's definitely close. I might have put it in there myself. Juicy did opt to open, again choosing the larger open size, goes to 2.7. Back around to Mike with the 6-3 suited on the button. That's the Killeen Nuts, Killeen, Texas, where I'm from. I'm not originally from Killeen, but I do play a lot of poker in Killeen, and RIP Kai Rector, that was his favorite hand. Popularized it in Central Texas. It's going in the muck. As is Kyle's small blind. Kyle left with just 1 big blind behind. Tim has to put in 1.7 to defend the 5.4 offsuit. Earlier he folded suited hands in similar positions. I can't imagine he's going to reach below to 5.4 off to defend if 10-6 suited wasn't good enough. Oh, and she's singing at him too. He don't know he flipping with her. Look at the equities, boy, you're ahead. All right, she's gonna get that one through, and Juicy with just opening these hands is getting her back up off the wall. Love to see it. Good work, Joanna.
Her husband's standing right side behind her.
Kyle is now going to get 4 free hands before he has to be forced all in here, but he is next on the chopping block. Ash now in the big blind. Again, 2/3 of his stack going in the middle. We'll see if he folds a hand as strong as King 5, which Kyle opted not to do. Kyle could turn out to be a genius here, retroactively, if Ash busts on this hand.
That's true.
Gets that pay jump.
Do you think the pay jumps have increased enough at this point for people to start taking more chances?
I mean, all that money is really up top. I think when you're at the short stack of the final table, it is your privilege that you get to gamble and put people in tough spots. I would have liked to see them yield those short stacks when they were closer to 10 to 12 big blinds. But now they've sort of put their back up against the wall and they're just trying to wake up with a hand, which unfortunately you cannot control. Mike gonna raise it up to 3 big blinds from the cutoff.
And if they didn't, sometimes you gotta just put your nuts on the table. Come on.
Hey, you showed them the other day,
All right, Ash is looking at a suited wheel ace here in the big blind. Do you think the money's finally gonna go in here?
It's a clear call off.
Oh my, and he folded. He folded the ace deuce.
I am baffled.
This is a different Ash.
I've
never seen this Ash.
am baffled.
Ash and Kyle are the Spider-Man meme right now, holding
Yeah,
the guns that up at each other.
I've played a lot with Ash. He's not usually folding these hands.
No. Yeah, this is a different Ash than I've seen for a couple days.
They're trying to wait each other out to get this last ladder. If you're watching on YouTube, y'all, make sure to like and subscribe. There's going to be a lot more content coming from the Shark Tank Poker Club. Another stream coming up for the $1 million guarantee that's coming up in July, possibly. So make sure that you're subscribed so you get those notifications and you know when we're going live. Thanks and shout out to Gorilla Poker, the production company that's doing all this production. They brought their RFID table in and their cards. So make sure you drop us a chat. Let us know how you're enjoying the stream. I'm just baffled by that ace deuce suited fold with 2/3 of his stack in the middle.
If I'm Mike Mobley's friends, I'm definitely on break telling him I would be opening in the dark, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
people are not fighting back whatsoever, and the 2 shortest stacks, they are clearly content to blind out.
They have. It's already happened, you know? They each have under 2 blinds. All right, Mike again going with the 3X open.
Oh, I'm guessing he'll go with that one.
All right, Tim's out of the way. Ash in the small blind. Are we about to see him light up like a Christmas tree?
What a genius.
He's a soothsayer. He's a soothsayer. He knew. The flop's going to be 5-5 deuce, right? Juicy with the suited king would need to put 2 more in the middle to play a side pot with Mike. I think certainly a reasonable way to go. You flicking in the 2 big blinds here to play a side pot with Mike?
I would call personally, but the way they've been playing, it doesn't seem like that's going to happen.
She's flirting with it.
Have 2 different hands to eliminate Ash, get yourself more money.
Yep, a lot of times, you know, people aren't going to be bluffing the side pots. You can check down the action with Mike and get that elimination. Now, Mike is going to have to find a 5 or a whole lot of diamonds to cooler Ash, who is in a dominating position. This is roughly a 65-35 race. All right, here we go. To stay alive. Ace, Jack 10 on the flop. Ash jumps ahead. Eight on the turn. Can they pair the? Nope. And Ash is going to double up. He's going to do a little fist pump. He's a genius.
Absolute genius.
We're absolute idiots. We wanted him to get it in there with ace deuce.
This is why we're in the booth and he's on the table.
Listen, speaking of geniuses, right behind you, Caitlin, we have an absolute Shark Tank legend, OG, past champion of this same event. And I'm going to give my headset to him, Ryan Kalb, a.k.a. Peel. We love him. He's going to join you guys. He's got way more insight than I ever could.
All right, welcome
Look at
to
him
Booth
pounding
Peel.
his chest.
Thank you to Dave for joining us. He's the manager here at Shark Tank Poker Club. Peel, have you been watching the action so far? Are you in the dark with us, or do you know the knit fest we've been enjoying?
No, I have actually been watching, and what an introduction. Thank you, Dave. That was
I think
more
he
than
likes
I
you,
deserve.
buddy. Yeah.
more than I deserve, for sure. Yeah, I've been watching. It's been a really exciting tournament, and seeing this final table, yeah, there's been some surprises. You have seen people being a little bit cautious.
Are you surprised to see? I think that the most surprising point to me is the big, okay, finally, Kyle find ace high, and he's going to put his final 1.2 million in the middle. Will he find the double? We are still six-handed here at the Shark Tank. $35,000 to the next eliminated player. And it looks like there are a bunch of napkins in the blind. I think this is going to be a double up the easy way, or a triple up the easy way for Kyle.
Yeah, ace high looks pretty good, and seeing the rest of these hands, obviously. But when you're this short, you got to go with it.
Well, Mason's going to be calling.
Ah, Mason woke up with a king high. Okay. Juicy with the dirty diaper.
I don't know. That hand had some history.
Oh.
She might get cheeky. Who
Okay,
knows?
just when we think we
Right,
figured them out,
exactly.
they keep us on our toes. Juicy gonna get in there and call off, go three ways to a flop to play a side pot with Mason with three high.
I gotta say, my money's on 3-2 here, on the diaper.
I disagree.
Fair.
9 on the flop. Mason jumps out in front. Kyle gonna need to find an ace to stay alive.
No.
Side action went check between Juicy and Mason. Juicy has a pair of deuces. Still no good. 8 on the river. 9 king kicker. Gonna
Nice
be the
hand,
best
Mason.
of it. We are going to eliminate Kyle. Congrats to Kyle. He is going to win 6th place money, $35,000. Congrats for getting in there with the best of them in Ohio. You take home a nice 5-figure score to add to your $165,975 lifetime earnings. That's a nice big chunk. You're really closing in there on 200K. Congratulations and good game to Kyle Janice, our 6th place finisher.
Good game.
Yeah, GG, Kyle. Well played.
We're going to take a look at the chip counts now of our 5 remaining players. Ash made that astronomically bizarre fold with the suited ace in the big blind, only to wake up with a premium the next hand and find the double. So prescient soothsayer Nostradamus Ash still alive. Joanna mixed in there. Very bizarre flat in the small blind with the deuce 3, but perhaps she wants more hands in there to ensure that we eliminate Kyle and make the pay jump. Perhaps that was the thinking there, but certainly the most unorthodox play we've seen at this final table. Mason also in the middle with his 18 bigs. Tim and Mobley still decidedly out front. Tim with a nice pretty hand under the gun first to act 5-handed.
Another very tight fold.
surprised by that, actually.
Tim with 30 big blinds, I believe he definitely should open that one, particularly 5-handed.
He also likes to, you know, be active. Surprising.
Peel, would you ever fold that hand?
You know the answer to that. We've played enough hours together that you know that I'm not folding a suited connector like that.
I'm not sure you would throw 5-3 of hearts on the mug.
I said suited connector. You heard me.
Juicy has ace high in the button. It looks like she's going to opt for an open here. Do you ever just jam ace high on the button with 12 bigs in this formation?
I think it's probably the proper play.
Yeah.
5-handed, I think there's absolutely, that's completely fine.
You definitely want to be taking the advantage that you have of the small
You just
blind
clean up all your equity.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
She raised to 2.4 mil.
Instead of Mobley flopping trip fours, for instance.
Exactly. Mike with the widest defend we've seen this evening being rewarded with the trip fours on the flop. Juicy has a 1% chance of winning this hand, and she does opt for the C bet. How does she size it? 2.4, same bet, leaving herself 7.3 behind, SPR below 1. If this hand makes it to the turn. Mike gonna go with the smooth call. No reason for him to do anything else.
Absolutely, absolutely.
There's not much he can be afraid of. Rainbow texture. He's got this one locked up and he knows it. Queen on the flop. Gonna check it over to Juicy. Give her another chance to bluff it off. She's gonna check behind. We're going to a river. Deuce on the river changes nothing. Is Mike going to check one more time? Nope. He's going to go ahead and jam and put her in the tough spot. And maybe that's a blessing for her. Now she can get away from it.
I think with the quick check back on the turn that she was giving up. So, I mean, I might want to see a check there from just to try to induce a bluff, but you know, not much you can do when you have so much hand there and she has nothing. If she gives up on the turn, she's not going to do much more after that.
Absolutely. After that costly hand, she's chipped down to 7.3 million. She and Ash, the bottom of the pack. Mike Mobley skyrocketing out front, nearly 50 million in chips. And we got a lot of play left at this tournament. So if you haven't already, make sure to smash that like button, whether you're watching on the Shark Tank channel or the Mad River Poker Club channel. Make sure to hit that subscribe button to get more Ohio poker content on your feed. We got some people in the chat saying it was the right call by Juicy in the small blind since she was already in for half a big to call off for another half a big. I don't know. I think that might be the one hand you get to fold there, but she did get to race another hand versus Kyle's hand and guarantee the ladder. So I see where you're coming from.
Well, that's the benefit of being on this side. You know, we get to see all the cards and make all the right reads, and sometimes when you're in game, it's a little bit more difficult and you might make some other plays.
Yeah, Rahul's saying he would have liked the shove with the ace-7 on the button from Juicy as well. All right, Mason opening to 2 million.
Mobley
on the
with
button.
the defend from the small blind with the 5-3 offsuit. Mixing it up.
Queen Jack 8 flop doesn't connect with either player. Mason going to continue his aggression with a 1/3 pot size bet. And that's going to take that down. Next hand. Juicy asking for the wash. She needs some cards to play with. You steal?
You don't see that often in the late stages of big tournaments. You don't see players asking for a wash too often. It's more of a
maybe they should.
Yeah, maybe.
We're taking a look at the V-pips here. Mobley, undeniably the most active player at the table. Mason in there. Joanna moved up the V-pip scales. She opened up the King 10 off, definitely chipped up a bit. Ran into the best of it, button versus big blind with Mobley, but she's still alive. She's still kicking. And Tim really going for chip preservation. He jumped out at the chip lead after coolering Ilias, but it's been pretty inactive since then. What do you think of that, Quinn?
Seems like Tim's trying to coast to heads-up play, which honestly isn't the worst strategy if people are going to eliminate themselves.
There you go. He's seeing everybody blind out around him. He's just going to wait for the dust to clear.
How'd I get here then? You're a player.
Jadao says I have to quit calling Ace-8 the hangman. It's the dead man. Okay. Yes, sir. Heard. Mason in the cutoff with Ace-7 off. He's going to let it go. He's in sort of that middling stack position where he wants to play a little bit more on the cautious side. I see it.
See, I would open button there with 9-3 of clubs in Mobley's position.
Definitely, with how tight Tim is playing and that you have one of the short. All right, Tim going to put Ash to the test with the Ducks here. Ash has 2 blinds in the middle and nearly 3 behind. He is going to gamble this time with the King 7.
This time approved. 2 bigs.
Hi, yeah, you have redeemed yourself, Ash. Let's see if you can't catch a card and be rewarded.
Typical poker player standing up.
Gaining that equity.
Stand up equity, you gotta get it.
Absolutely. Where's his backpack? Put it on.
All right, King high flop. Tim gonna need a duck to find the elimination of Ash here. Otherwise, Ash is gonna chip up to 8.6 million. Much more playable stack. Oh, hi, yeah, we see some emotion.
Finally. The first emotion we've seen.
Hi, yeah.
You don't see that in poker so much. I like it.
Hey, I mean, he had 1 big blind, but 10 minutes ago. This is quite the little spin for him. Love to see the emotion. Rahul says Ash needs King to call.
Or King 7, apparently.
King 7 was plenty, bruh.
Yeah.
Oh, he was needling him. I get it now.
That's right, Ash. Part of a line.
I'm a little ditzy sometimes. You caught me. All right, Mike Moakley's still on top of the chip counts. Joanna, after that hand, has now fallen into the unenviable position of the shortest stack. She has just 7.3 big blinds behind. How would you like to see Joanna adjust to this new place in the chip counts?
Joanna should be just looking to shove all in with any GTO approved chart hand.
GTO approved chart hand. So she's looking for sexy suited kings, some ace highs,
Definitely.
any pairs.
Absolutely.
And a lot of off-suited Broadway combos.
Yes, king, queen off, queen, jack, queen 10 suited, all the chips.
Fit or fold, Juicy, you can do it. Elise says she'd be high kicking and back flipping too. Heck yeah, Elise, we love to see exuberant poker players.
Absolutely. These pay jumps aren't small.
They're playing for real money here.
Absolutely.
200K up top, 120 for second.
Sure.
78 for third. We want that podium finish. We want that big money.
Absolutely.
Do we think Tim is going to 3-bet this hand?
I would love it if he did. I would love it if he did.
He's definitely shown us that he's capable. I would not be surprised. Well, but we just got
a
the smooth call.
Wow, big hands everywhere.
Wow.
Hi, yeah, everybody got a little piece.
And here we go. What does Ash do with this hand?
I mean, a squeeze all in could get through here.
I love it.
Yeah, he heard me.
I love it.
I love the play.
It.
I absolutely love the play.
Juicy with all that action in front of her.
Is Juicy
Ace-10
going to call
off
off?
is going to shrivel up a little bit.
Yeah, that hand definitely shrinks after what happened in front.
And you got an open, a flat, and a jam
Yeah.
in front. You're in the big blind with Ace-10 off. Is this the moment, Juicy? Juicy, you got your friends screaming for you in the chat. Brittany and Kristen really trying to see you get that double.
Really puts Tim in the blender too if she does find a call.
This is actually a tough spot for Juicy given this
For sure.
action.
Is she going to have a better opportunity? She's got 2 blinds in the middle and 5 behind. There's 14.6 in the blind right now. This could be a real massive spin up for her if she is lucky enough.
I mean, if, you know, the dirty diaper was good enough, who knows?
If she was only facing Mason's raise, I would definitely put
course.
chips in, but
Yeah, agreed.
this is a bit more difficult.
For sure.
Ginny says first time, good hands. Yeah, this is the first time we've really seen a bunch of good cards in the hold to see some pre-flop fireworks. Ryan says this is a tough spot. Absolutely.
For sure. Definitely a tough spot for her.
The benefit of folding is Ash could be eliminated. You could, you know, just increase that payout.
Is that going through her head right now?
Yeah, she gets the ladder here if she folds and Tim calls off and eliminates Ash. That would change the dynamics. All right, she does ultimately find the fold. I cannot blame her with the action in front. She's going to live to see another hand. Will Ash? Queen Jack in the muck. The buck stops at Tim, who opted not to 3-bet the Ace Jack on the button. Will he call off?
Good fold by Juicy, by the way. That's
Absolutely.
a really, really tough spot.
Now she has the chance to ladder up.
Absolutely.
Surprised Tim's thinking about this, to be honest, for this amount of blinds.
Yeah.
Represents roughly a third of his stack to call off here.
I mean, with these blinds, Ash is doing this with so many hands that you beat. It's really hard to lay this down.
Well, is he though? I know he folded the ace deuce for 1 blind.
True. Yeah.
But maybe he just needed the 1 double to get his confidence, and now he'll play. Maybe he had just had like a little angel whispering in his ear. You know, sometimes I listen to the little voices in my head that tell me to do things that are quote unquote incorrect.
Maybe he's now had the confidence to play the game that got him here.
Absolutely.
A little
He
bit of
looks
gamble.
tense as heck.
It's a tough spot for sure.
What do you think his heart rate is right now? His blood is pumping cement right now. No,
Wow.
oh my God. Tim
Big
lets go of the
fold. Oh,
ace jack.
Ash.
And
Ash with more emotion.
Gotta catch them all.
Ash gets to pick up, what, 6 big blinds without seeing a flop here and
Excellent
only
result,
putting
Ash.
8 at risk.
Two-
Almost a full
Two
double
better
up.
hands in the muck.
Eye of the Tiger right now, too. He looks dialed.
Hiya, he has skyrocketed from 1 big blind to 15 big blinds in this last orbit. Unfortunately, our
huge.
girl Juana, the people's favorite, the people's princess, is sitting on just 5.3 big blind. We're sending good vibes and good cards to her. Mike Mobley with his foot on their necks, and Tim Harris kind of sitting it out after getting that cooler versus Ilyas early in 8-handed play.
Nobody really looking to risk their chips at this point. The variance is getting, they don't want to take high variance situations at all.
I think at this point, it's going to be hard for Mike not to win the tournament based on how he's playing and the chip discrepancy he has with the rest of the field now.
Absolutely. Him being able to lean on these smaller stacks right now, I mean, it's going to be hard for him not to.
He's a 2-to-1 over a 2-to-1 chip lead to the next deepest player.
Who is playing very passively right now.
Very passively, yes. All right, Mike continuing his aggression, opening 3x, which has been a strat that has served him very well. Juicy taking her time on every decision, keeping us guessing on every last one. I kind of love that about her, the theatrics.
She loves the camera time. Who doesn't?
Oh,
who won it?
I'm a little sleut for the camera time.
Yeah, you and me both.
And Mike again is just going to seal the blinds. Raise it and take it, raise it and take it.
It's fun to be in Mike's spot right now when you have that kind of chip lead, when it's 5-handed and there's these kind of pay jumps where people are playing very, very conservatively, making, you know, they don't want to make any mistakes.
Yeah, we have a $10,000 pay jump from 6th place, which Kyle Janice secured to the next elimination. $45,000 for 5th place, $58,350 for 4th place, and then the big money up top for those podium finishes, $78K to 3rd, 126-figure payout to 2nd, and that big, juicy, beautiful, bountiful $200K up top. Who's going to wrestle it out of Mike Mobley's hand is the real question. All right, Juicy with the Jack 10 suited and just below 5 bigs behind.
Yeah,
she's going to put it in. That's what we got to do, girl. Let's pick it up.
It's got to go with Jack 10.
Mason quickly folding the King 4 suited. Mike beat her once before with the 4-8 off, but this time she's not giving him a free look at the flop. We learned our lesson. We got it in. And if he calls off, he will be a 70-30 dog.
Quinn, you ever make the call here with the chip stacks being what they are?
It's certainly an option. You don't have to take it. You're the chip leader. You don't want to give up any advantage, but eliminating a player is also helpful.
Absolutely. I mean, you know you're most likely live, given that they don't have a pair above the 8.
Merry Christmas.
Sounds like it's going again.
Merry Christmas seems like a donation. Can he get lucky again? This is a race. Equity is not so disparate. It is 2 cards, 70-30.
And she does not seem thrilled with that call.
I mean, she has Jack high. Would you?
No, absolutely not. But looking at the 8-4, obviously, you know, you want that call. But you're right, 70-30 is not great.
70-30 is great, but it's not. It's no 80-20. It's not.
Sure.
It's not aces versus kings.
Sure.
All right. Hi-ya gut shot on the flop. Juicy pairs the top court. A 5 or a 9 is going to eliminate Juicy. Neither player holding spades. Hi-ya, 5 on the river is the death card for Juicy.
Yeah.
Mike's willingness to sacrifice a few blinds and eliminate a player has paid out. Congratulations to Juicy.
Yes.
This is her biggest score by far. She's taking home $45,000 for her effort. Before today, y'all, she only had 3,800 recorded cashes listed to Hendon Mob. This is a very big milestone in her poker career. I hope we see a lot more of her. Everyone in the room was saying how she was running the game, she was applying pressure. I think we saw a different version of her at the final table when she was trying to ladder up and make those pay jumps. Who could blame her? But I haven't heard a negative word about Juicy. A joy to play with, was great energy on this table, and congratulations, $45,000 you're taking home, Juicy.
Way to go.
Absolutely.
All right, we have 4 remaining players. We have Mason and Ash on one side of the table with 15 and 17 bigs. Tim Harris kind of coasting in the middle on his 20 big blinds. And then Mike Mobley up top with 55.6 million.
Oh, was that
He's
a fold
got
out of turn?
No, I think he just folded maybe a little too flamboyantly and flipped a card.
Okay.
But yeah, Mike now has more than half of the chips in play. He could really cakewalk his way into 200K right now if he keeps up his momentum.
Absolutely.
Just
People are definitely thinking about laddering at this point. Trying to get heads up, and then obviously anything can happen once your head's up, but you can absolutely apply some pressure when you have that much of a chip lead with only 4 remaining.
Quinn, what are you doing in Mike's positions? Are you open jamming more? Are you opening any 2? What's the adjustment?
I wouldn't open jam when you have people with 15 and 20 big blinds, but
Still
I do have the auto raise button clicked.
Absolutely, any 2, good enough.
Tim is playing very conservatively. We've seen Ash.
Hi-ya, and he finally finds a defend with 5-3 offsuit. He is in a dominated position. Ace on the flop. C-bet should shut this down.
Now, the other 3 obviously know what Mike is doing. So when they wake up with some mediocre hand, your queen jack, your queen 10, your queen 9 suited, whatever it may be, is there a case to be made to fire back 3-bet, or are the stack sizes too small to do that?
I believe they should fight back with these hands. Will they? Doesn't really seem like it, but
sure.
I do think they should.
The next player is going to ladder up and get a payment of $58,350. That is a pay jump up from 45K. So these pay jumps just incrementally going up. They're about to get really serious. All 3 of these boys want those 3 big payouts up top. Jenny in the chat says Tim is going through chemo treatments right now. Well, get well soon for Tim Harris. I'm so sorry to hear that. Everyone in the chat, say a prayer. Send some good healing energy to Tim as he takes on the great fight. We're rooting for you, Tim.
Absolutely.
Nothing like a little 200K to help you in your fight, right?
Yeah, that'll pay some hospital bills.
Whoever wasn't already rooting for Tim, we certainly are now.
Sure.
Monster open from Mobley. 6 big blinds.
Hi-ya, he's had enough.
Yeah, wants to shut it down.
That represents nearly half of Ash's remaining chips.
Yeah, I think that's pretty strategic. I mean, are you opening to that level to basically call off if they jam, or what are you doing there?
He's obligated to call Ash's jam. I'm not so sure he would have called Tim's jam, however.
Sure.
And of course, Ash can't continue with the suited gappers here. Mike gonna take down another pot, and the rich get richer. If y'all are watching on YouTube, please remember to smash that like button. Send us a note in the live chat. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know if you know any of the remaining players, who you're rooting for. We want to hear from you. Another look at the chip counts. The blinds still at 500,000, 1 million. They will be raising those blinds shortly, but as it stands now, Mike with over half of the chips in play.
Stranglehold.
Joe says Mike probably has enough to jam on button if just the blinds and be printing. What do you think of that strategy, Quinn?
I think it's a great strategy.
I agree. You're
very-
on to something, Joe.
Absolutely. It's very, very hard to, call those weak kings. With
It's
that
hard to
kind
get
of
dealt
race.
a good hand in the limit hold.
Yeah.
And Tim is going to jam his 17.5 bigs into the other two players. This should get through. Looking like
pressure.
just a couple of napkins in between. This is the first time Tim has fallen below 20 bigs now that this is our first level at 500,000, 1.2 big blind and big blind ante.
And I know people have been getting away from jamming those stack sizes, just open jamming, 17 bigs, 15 bigs, 20 bigs, whatever it is. But when you're playing four-handed, obviously that's a little bit different, right?
It seems like throughout the stream, people are playing small ball. They're very conservative. People are folding off of 2 big blinds, 3 big blinds, etc.
And these guys have been playing together for hours and hours, if not days, at the same table, so you kind of get a feel for what everyone else is doing. And sometimes the suited aces, whether they're connected or not, look pretty good, look pretty strong.
Tim with another ace here, first to act.
Yeah.
And he's going to jam it again.
Yeah, I like it. I really like it, actually.
Well, this is on Mike's big blind, so if Mike wakes up with a decent hand here to call off first, and guess what?
Yeah. I take that back.
You take it back? You take it back, PO? Okay.
That is awful. What a terrible play. No.
Mobley, don't slow roll him.
Yeah, just get it in there. Come on.
Do not slow roll him, Mike. Put the chips in.
We're obviously going to see a call
Do you
here.
think Mike just maybe as a friend of Tim's doesn't want to bust him?
There might be that dynamic, but it doesn't change the fact that he's calling.
Yeah. 200 clams up top.
Sure.
Kind of seems like we got that F-it mode Tim that I heard the story with his big 74K where he put it in with the 4-3 off and fooled our, I forget who it was they said. I don't think it was Ronnie, but it was one of the other Shark Tank regs here.
And these guys play a lot of poker together, so he is very aware of what Tim's capable of.
If Mike finds the call here, and for whatever reason, Tim can find the miracle crab, that would be a huge swing for our final four
absolutely.
in the chip counts.
I can't see a fold here, obviously,
I'm wondering why it's so agonizing. I just have to imagine it.
Come on, Mike, find the call.
To me, it's a snap, but obviously it's a lot easier being in my seat than it is in Mike's.
It's 20 bigs. It represents, over a third of his stack.
And like you said, if you make the wrong call, if you're going up against a pair and you're flipping.
Do you think he's reticent to flip, or do you think he's putting Tim on ace-king and ace-king only?
It's got to be a combination of both, right? I mean, you got to go through all those scenarios and decide
Tim
from
certainly
there.
has pairs in his range here.
Absolutely.
And we didn't see the other hand go to showdown. He doesn't know what he just shoved with before, but this is 2 shoves in a row. You have the parking lot. I think this is a slam dunk
Mike will
call
take
off.
That's
What?
Oh, wow.
What?
That is
Don't
shocking.
show him, Tim.
Please show him. Absolutely.
Hi-ya.
Mike would have likely eliminated Tim and took a exceptional chip lead had he made the call.
They will be talking about this, but hey, we didn't see the flop.
That was. What do you think is more surprising? That fold of ace queen there with the chip lead, or the ace deuce suited fold for 1 blind with 2 in the middle?
Ace deuce.
That one is still. This one was at least for 20 bigs and represented a big chunk of the stack.
Absolutely, and especially when you have a stranglehold on the other 3 remaining players. You don't want to flip for 20 bigs or potentially flip for 20 bigs.
Joe in the chat said he'd fold, flipping at best. Fold.
Well,
Hi-ya, Joe. I don't know that we agree with you here in the boost.
Joe is incorrect.
We do not agree with you here in the booth, but we do respect your opinion, and thanks for watching. Smash that like button, by the way. All right, we're going to deal another hand. I'm still kind of speechless from Mike's fold there.
I honestly
I have to think some of the personal things at play, and maybe him knowing what's going on in Tim's personal life. Maybe they play together, not wanting to bust his buddy. I don't know. It just seems like such a slam dunk call.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we don't know what's going through the players' heads at this point, but to me, obviously, it seems like a slam dunk, as you said. But, you know, I do understand not wanting to flip for 20 bigs if you think it's a flip with 4 players left and you have over half the chips in play.
Trip 5s for Tim. He's going to take down this pot.
You got the Ronnie Day.
The Jack 5 is the Ronnie Day here in Columbus, Ohio. That was the hand that Ronnie, who was in the booth with us earlier, aka JR, took down the Tournament of Champions, his WSOP bracelet run for 200K himself. Props and shout outs to Mr. Ronnie Day. And his lovely mistress Tammy. I met the lovely Tammy. Great people here in Ohio. I've yet to meet anyone who is the least bit jerky to me, y'all. Y'all really have the salt of the earth here.
Thanks a lot.
Well, most of us, it's because we're on the stream with you right now, so we're being polite. Yeah,
You're like,
if we're on the
you put up
it might
microphone
be,
in my face. I'm going to act nice.
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't want to get the
enough.
Shark Tank canceled, so I'm going to be on my best behavior for now.
Okay, well, promise to be mean to me when we turn the microphones off,
Definitely.
boys.
Absolutely.
All right, Mason, only player at the table, all this final table that opts for the min opens.
Stays consistent.
Mason's certainly the most studied player.
Absolutely.
Hiya, now
very
Ash
balanced.
putting it all in with King Deuce off.
Wow.
What is going on, Quinn? Never let him guess your next move is all I can think these boys are thinking.
Random number generator must have went off in his head.
Yeah, he randomized big time. Wow, ace deuce suited, no good. King 2, K2 off. Let's put it on the line. And he is covered. He is the at-risk player if Mason calls off here. It would be a race. Equities we see at about 60-40. Big Boom Poker in the chat saying Mike not calling that may have cost him the tournament. You know, Big Boom, I've heard dumber things said before. That could be true. We're going to have to wait and see that bear out, but that was quite an outrageous fold. Let's see if Mason is next in line to make an outrageous fold. Ace-6 off, gonna be one of the worst aces he's showing up here with. This fold I don't think is quite as outrageous as the ace-queen fold, but again, and you know, it just is bearing out time and time again at this final table. The first most aggressive player is scooping the pots. You cannot be afraid to dive, to live.
Tournament poker.
In order to live, you must be willing to die.
Exactly. I was saying that earlier. That's my favorite thing in poker. Sometimes I'll friggin' say it as I'm calling off. One final look at the chip counts. Mason and Ash, 12 and 13 bigs. Tim at 20 bigs. And Mike sitting on top at 45 bigs.
Well, if Mike folds this one pre-flop, we're going to have to call the floor over.
Yes, we're going to have to call the floor. We need an investigation. Got a couple of cowboys.
I can't wait to tell you. 3 million. God, no. I got it
Ash moves out of the way. Mason with an ace high here in the big blind. 1.8 mil to complete, leaving himself with 10 million behind.
I mean, you know, Mike's opening up a lot of hands here. You might think the ace-4 is a squeezable
Mike has
hand.
been telegraphing the strength of his hands quite a bit with the opening sizes he's choosing. When he is stronger, he is choosing these 3 and 4x open sizes. When he is weaker, he is limping. So perhaps Mason can get away from this here if he has caught on to that as well.
We did actually see him open up the Jack 10 suited for, what was it, 6x?
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, he's an agent of chaos. He's
So,
chaotic good.
yeah.
All right, Mike gonna take that
Makes
down
the
with the
good
Cowboy.
fold. Makes
Show
the good
him.
fold.
Mason,
And
very
shows,
aware
shows
player.
his buddy.
Very nice.
Yep.
Yeah.
Got the cheap pretty guys and everything. Couldn't get nobody to fight.
Very friendly poker in the Midwest. A lot of shows.
Definitely a lot of information sharing that you
Sure.
wouldn't see on some
Absolutely.
other tournaments when they're playing for this kind of money.
For sure.
Mason now next on the chopping block. He's fallen below Ash. Next payout is going to be $58,350. Pay jumps go up from there. 78, 120, and then 200 up top.
We might see something here. We might
He
see
did
an
fold
open.
the 10-9 of diamonds earlier, though. Yep,
Oh,
similar
my
situation.
10 with the discipline.
Similar
All right.
situation.
That's Jack 9 suited. That's hard not to open. Of course, I play more cash than tournaments, so.
Suited wheel ace for Ash here. Does have a stack that might want to just be open jamming.
Yeah.
Yep, he did. Mason gonna get through with it, and Mike folding the dirty diaper. Again, we're showing him.
Yeah. Told you. It's friendly here in Columbus.
Hiya.
All these players' calling range is extremely tight, so I'd shove rather liberally, personally.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
Ash just been creeping up on him. He was as poor and skinny as 1.2 million, but a couple orbits ago, going through quite the spin cycle here. Definitely one of the more animated players at the final table.
I was going to say the same thing. I mean, there's something about
Wearing your heart on your sleeve.
you wearing your heart on your sleeve, something about his vibe. You know, I can get behind this guy.
Now we're going blind v blind. This is a limp pot. Tim opting not to raise it up an ISO with the ace jack.
Very non-standard.
And then he is going to show his top pair. Good kicker.
A lot of shows.
All right, Mason slowly withering away down to below 10 big blinds now, playing some stop and go poker.
I do think Mason will find the all-ins with the proper hands, though.
Chad G says, why do you keep saying hi-ya? Because it's cool, brother. I don't know.
I dig it.
It's a fun, colorful language that's not a curse word. Mama likes to swear like a sailor.
You don't have
Chad.
a catchphrase?
I guess it's hi-ya. Tim with the octo crab.
Well,
And
here's
we
some
can
fireworks.
see a little violence. He opened to 4 million, going to represent just over 3 bigs. Ash wakes up with big slick suited. Do we think he's jamming here? Or do you think he's going to try to get multiple streets of value out of this hand?
I think Ash. I've played with him a few times. I think this is just a jam for him. I don't think he wants to play post with this level. But I could be wrong.
He's definitely fully in the tank. Roger that, thank you. He is going to opt for the jam. A call off here from Mike would be catastrophic, but if he folded the ace-queen off, oh my God,
Ash
quick
called
call
already.
with the
Called already.
king-queen.
See if
My
Mobley can
God.
get lucky here.
Ash in a phenomenal position to double up here. 34 million in the middle.
Oh, wow. Queen in the window.
Queen on the middle. We're gonna need running clubs,
Stand up, Ash.
an ace or a 10.
Oh, wow.
There's one of them.
Never easy.
That's a great card for him.
14 outs. He cannot fade them. Ash is eliminated.
Wow.
Mobley, who folded the ace-queen incorrectly, calls off with the king-queen incorrectly. Both work out for him. The soul reads are firing. He's on another level. What did he have? Wheaties? What god did he pray to? We gotta figure this out.
Is it soul reads or is it tournament poker?
Super
Listen, if I was
demoralizing
able
crash.
to win one of these things, I promise you anyone can. Sometimes you just get it in and pray. The gods are on your side.
Well,
you get there.
Congratulations to Ash, who's taking home $58,350 to add to his only 21,000 recorded cashes before this. He is more than doubling his lifetime cashes. He played phenomenal over 3 days. He was up against the rope. He made the unorthodox fold with the ace-deuce suited to get lucky the next hand and go through the spin cycle and make another pay jump, outlast Joanna, so congratulations to him. He will be taking home $58,000. We've got three-handed poker coming back for you. We're going to take a 15-minute break right now. Enjoy this ad break, and we'll see you shortly for the three-handed poker and see if Mike Mobley can take this to the finish line and get that 200K. Welcome back to the Shark Tank Poker Club Mad River Poker Club collaboration $1 million guarantee live from the Shark Tank in Columbus, Ohio. My name is Caitlin Komeski, and I am taking you into three-handed play. We have three players remaining. Mike Mobley, our dominant chip leader, sits on 59 big blinds. Tim Harris, a tree farmer, hometown favorite, sitting on 21 big blinds, and Mason Reeser is entering three-handed play as the short stack with just under 10 big blinds. Surely we're going to see some of the action loosen up here. Mike Mobley has a 2-to-1 chip lead on both players combined, so definitely his game to lose. We've seen some very interesting unorthodox plays. Mike Mobley opting not to call off 20 big blinds with ace-queen off. His opponent had ace-3. He would have been in a dominant position to pretty much end the tournament, but he did make that very unorthodox fold, only to call off 2 hands later with king-queen offsuit and felt and cooler the ace-king of Ash. The third place player is going to be paid out $78,000. That's going to be an all-time big cash for all three of these gentlemen, with Tim Harris's all-time biggest cash being $74,000 prior to today. The chip leader, Mike Mobley, to date has 118,000 recorded cashes on his Hinden Mob, so he could double his lifetime cashes or triple his lifetime cashes if he can come out on top and win that 200K up top. 120 is going to the second place finisher. We're getting them spread out and adjusted for three-handed play. I'm going to check in with my friends at the chat. Let me know if you're still watching, who you're rooting for to take down this bird. Really friendly, warm environment here at Shark Tank. Again, Shark Tank Poker Club here in Ohio, one of the best deals for cash players across the country. You pay $30, that gets you rake-free poker all day long. No membership fee on top of that. All right, we see a lot of back and forth in the chat. Dan Gatz has been wildly entertaining. Kudos to Shark Tank and Mad River. Nice job from me and the other team in the booth. Everybody commenting on that ace-queen fold. Corey Dillon says Hinden Mob can be misleading around here since a lot of the club tournaments in Ohio don't end up on there. A lot of clubs not reporting Hinden Mob here, so that is true. Blinds are still at 500,000, 1.2, 1.2. Mike going to continue to apply that pressure and take down that blind v blind pot. Chicken Nug says super happy for all three of these players, all great guys, absolutely. Max21 says he's still watching. Hey. Chad says can't wait for more hi-yahs, like more cowbell. I bet we'll get some hi-yahs out of me, and I won't even do it on purpose. I do say that quite a bit when I am surprised by the action in a poker game. All right, Mason going to be first to act on the button with the Jack-8 off here. Has less than 10 big blinds behind. He's going to get out of the way. Over to Mike in the small blind with the King-3 off. He is going to complete. Tim looked down at the 10s. Earlier in the same spot, he had ace-jack offsuit and did not isolate versus Mike in the small. He is going to opt for the isolation bet this time. Gonna pump it up. Hi-ya, Mike going all in with the King-3 offsuit, applying max pressure. Tim gonna call off in 10s with a great spot to double up here if he can fade the king. Cards on their back. Tim would win a $50 million pot in the chip lead. Safe flop for tens. Mike's gonna need a king and a king only. Diamonds are covered by Tim, not gonna be any help for Mike. 4 on the river is going to double Tim. Tim Harris, the local tree farmer. He gonna start putting in some of that animation. He happy to double up. He is now tied in chips with Mike. 48.9 versus 48.2 million. Very spicy. Hi-ya indeed. We see Erica's in the chat still watching. Brittany's still going strong. Alex says, great event, great production. Production was done entirely by Guerrilla Gaming. They brought in their table, they brought in this production booth. So mad props to Glenn, Jesse Fullen, and the rest of the Guerrilla Gaming team for putting on a world-class production here for this Ohio Poker Showdown. Brittany says, okay, Tim. Yes, Tim. Tim, again, is married with 2 children, 4 grandchildren, and he wanted me to let y'all know that he loves helping people that are in need. Definitely see that from him. World-class guy. A lot of people rooting for him in the chat. Looks like we might have a little discussion here. Maybe they're going to leave the table. They might be talking deals here. Next payout is going to be $78,000. The second place money is $120,000. And first place is going to be $200,000 up top. Now that Tim and Mike are really chip to chip, you gotta wonder how they're feeling. If you have any questions for me in the chat, please let me know. We're gonna be having a little break here so we can chit chat with y'all. Beth says you're a great commentator, Caitlin. Thank you, Beth, I'll take it. Boys in the chat say, or Brittany in the chat saying that Tim is from Springfield. Shout out to Springfield. Doesn't every state have a Springfield state? Kelsey in the chat sending love to Tim. Why You Mad Gaming says, Tim is my father and the best man I know in this world. Seems to be, we hear Tim is currently fighting, had some chemo treatments recently, maybe today, I think I heard someone saying. So obviously put your prayers and your goodwills in the chat and out into the universe for Tim so that he can fight the good fight and stay around for many, many more final tables. Mike wants to know what my favorite club in Austin is. So I don't think there's really a bad poker club in Austin. We've got the Lodge Poker Club, which is obviously the biggest. It gets probably the most tournament volume through the doors. Definitely has the largest amount of cash games running at any table. Pretty comparable price. And they've got that big bad beat discount or bad beat jackpot that just recently hit, and I think that's reset, but that's going to start building up again that they finally hit. I think it paid out close to $300,000. Texas Card House also just renovated a brand new space. They're certainly the most comfortable club in town. But then you've got Odds Bistro opening up at the Lodge. There's also a smaller club called what's it called? Red Spade Social, I believe. And I actually used to work for that club back when it had previous ownership, when it was the Palm Social Club. That was my old stomping ground where I got my first start as a cash game organizer. So those hallowed walls certainly have a soft spot in my heart. You can get some good mixed games or Big O, deuce to 7 single draw round of each games hopping off in that club. But Texas Poker, I think, has a lot of similarities. It seems to be running parallel with Ohio. Ohio does have the casinos here that are competing with it, but in Texas, they were telling me here in Ohio, you know, you can drive anywhere and get a 6-figure tournament almost every weekend. Same is going on in Texas right now. You can play a $500K, $1 million K guarantee almost every weekend between the big cities. There's lots of clubs in Houston, San Antonio, and Dallas in addition to Austin. Looks like we're back from our meeting. These boys may have come up with some sort of agreement of how they're going to chop up this prize pool, but we are still going to play down to a winner. The winner is going to get the trophy, and they have probably left a little bit of money on top. I'm waiting to get the details of that deal here to me in the booth. But right now, we are going to return to three-handed play. Mike's going to open it up to 3 million on the button with the nines. That's going to get through, and he's going to take down the blinds. Or no, excuse me, Mason's in the big blind, and it looks very much like he is going to defend. He's got 2 overs, so this is a flip. Midwest Poker is definitely not GTO FP Poker stat, says in the chat. Yeah, definitely not seeing a lot of solver approved plays, but I am seeing a lot of aggression being awarded. And at the end of the day, poker is a game for aggressors. The poker gods favor those willing to risk it for the biscuit, and today is no different. Max coming in with the edgy questions. Tom Dwan versus Doug Polk poker analysis. Well, I'll say this: Doug Polk is a great buddy of mine. He's always been nothing but kind to me, supportive of my journey and my come up in poker, and I've never encountered any snarkiness for him. I would certainly not want to be the subject of any of his videos. I don't know if I could stand the heat, but he's a good man personally, and I like him quite a bit. Never met Tom Dwan. Can't speak to it. Did Robbie cheat? Of course. Always the age-old question. My vote is no. On the record, no. I don't think so. All right, Mason found a pair. He's going to be all in the small blind, and it's up to Tim to call off with the 2 overs. He does. There is going to be a flip here. Tim, who earlier in the day didn't want to defend off of the suited, but now we've reached some sort of agreement, and we're ready to run it. Let's run it. Let's crown a winner. Let's see who's going to be the king of Ohio poker. Cards on their back. Here comes the flop. 3, 3, 10. 5 still on top. Wrapping around. Okay, 8 gut shot, a jack or a 9 could bring us to heads up play. Ace on the river. 5s are going to hold and double. Mason gets his back off the wall a little bit. He's going to chip up all the way to 15.2 million. That's just over 10 blinds. He's sticking in there. He's winning. I do think they've reached some sort of agreement. I don't have the details of it, if they did a straight ICM chop or if they did more of just an even split and left a little bit on top. I don't know, waiting for the details on that, but we are going to play down to a winner. Mason with 13 bigs, Tim, the man in the middle, with 34 bigs. Mike Mobley, been our chip leader for a while, remains on top with the 43 big blinds. These stacks kind of evening out now. Colonel thinks they did 140, 140, 100, and then playing for the last 20. Could be, could be. Don't know. I'm remaining to see. Mason going to be first to act on this hand with Queen 9 off. Mason, who has under 100,000 on his Hendon Mob recorded caches. Again, a lot of the Ohio poker tournaments do not make it onto the Hendon Mob recordings, so these facts and figures could be a little off of reality. But I know today's tournament is going to be recorded, so he is going to nearly double his Hendon Mob, even if he goes out in 3rd place here. All right, Mason raises it up, and both players call. We're going to go 3 ways to a flop here. Oh, no, excuse me. Tim 3-bet. Tim 3-bet with the Queen 7 off, and he is going to get the riffraff and the crumb bums out of there. Get a nice little chunk of change there. Timmy continues to chip up. Mike Mobley kind of has his head in his hands. Maybe the wear and tear of the day is starting to get to him. Ready to close this out and go home. Maybe we're going to see a little bit loosening up, a little more high risk, high variance plays here to close out this historic $1 million guarantee for the best and brightest in Ohio. Mobley's going to get out of the way with his napkins. Napkin on napkin violence. Tim, with the 4-deuce off, going to take it down. Now we're playing cards. Now we're throwing around stack sizes. Let's go. Chicken Nuck says, fun fact about playing poker with Mason, if you ever think you have something stuck in your teeth, you can use the reflection of his head to check. Well, that's not the, maybe I should have pre-screened that and read that quietly to myself before I read it into the microphone, but it was a bald joke. Mason can take it. He's a good guy. He likes a laugh. We were calling him the Sith Lord earlier when he had his hood up. Once he got that early big pot scoop, though, the hood came off and it never went back on. Tim gonna keep his foot on the gas pedal, opens this pot to 7 mil. Steals more of the blinds. There we go, Tim. That's Tree Farmer Poker. Brittany's saying they all three look tired. Well, this is the culmination of 10 starting flights at Shark Tank Poker here alone. They had other starting flights. These are all Mad River Poker regulars. None of these boys claim Shark Tank as their home club. So these are Dayton boys. They were telling me earlier Dayton is the Kentucky of Ohio. Everyone sound a little country down there. And I've been talking to a few of them, and that does ring true. All right, they got my birthday hands. I was talking about my birthday hand earlier, the 510. I'm a Taurus, May 10th. One is suited, and it's in the muck. Mobley looks like he's raising it up with the 10-5 off. Oh no, excuse me. Mike just completed, and we're gonna go heads up to a limp pot. 3.6 mil in the middle. Tim pairs a 7. Mike bets out. 1.5 bigs. Gets the quick call from Tim. 9 on the turn. Completes a heart flush. Neither of these players have a heart in their hand. Mowgli check. Looks like a give up here. Tim kind of haphazardly puts 8 mil in the pot, and he's going to take it down again. Aggression is key. Chat asking, when do you head back to Texas? Playing any games before you head out? So I actually live in New Jersey now because I stream Poker Stars live to my YouTube channel whenever I'm back in New Jersey. I still do a lot of live stops. I'm coming here to do commentary from March 11th to March 18th or March 17th. I'm going to be in Tunica, Mississippi, playing a Run Good series. Then I go to Ireland, Dublin, Ireland, to play the Irish Open in April, but that will come after I'm playing the Scoop events, the Spring Championship of Poker. We have a Code Caitlin challenge. If I win any Scoop events, they're going to award $10,000 to 3 players. So check my socials for more details about that. But that is what's coming up to me. And if I'm going to grind tonight, maybe. We'll see how quickly this 3-handed play ends. But anything's in the cards. All right, Mike limping on the button with the 7-6 suited. Tim 3-betting out of the small blind. Ooh, artsy shot. I like that shot. Cut back to that shot. That felt like a Sean Baker film right there. Best Oscar shot. Chad, you're my birthday twin? Hi-ya, indeed. Again, a look at our final payouts. We had Ryan was the first to fall. Our Buffalo Wild Wings king took 21,000 home. Ilias came into the day as the chip leader, ran into a couple of coolers, took home $27,000 for 7th place. Kyle Janice took home 5th place money for 35. Then Juicy and Ash came after. There was some real conservative play at 8-handed full ring. A lot of players blinding out. Here we are 3-ring. And we've loosened up. Mason's going to be all in with the king tray suited. Mike in the big with ace high. Can't imagine he finds a fold here as the chip leader. However, or no, he's no longer the chip leader. Tim's the chip leader, excuse me. But he did find a very controversial fold earlier versus Tim's open jam of 20 bigs. He didn't call off for about 40% of his stack with ace-queen offsuit. Can he find the call here with ace-8 offsuit? He can, and he is going to be a favorite. It looks like Tim was the one who limped button. He has 9-7 off. Probably he gets to fold here a lot and let one of the other players get 3rd place, fight for the trophy. Yes, this was a $600 buy-in tournament, and you got a $3,500 double bag bonus. Over 60 people got double bag bonuses or multi-bag bonuses. You get one for every bag beyond your original bag. Looks like we're going 3 ways to this flop. Tim found the call with the 9-7. Imagine they're trying to eliminate Mason here. It's going to be hard with the king high flop, 2 diamonds for the redraw. And ace on the river is going to eliminate Mason. Mason is going to take home $78,000 for his effort, outlasted 2,470 total entries to make it to this point. 3 days of poker. Congratulations to Mason, well played. Stuck in there with the best of it. He will take home nearly $80,000. Mason, again, doubling his previous recorded cashes to Hendon Mob. He had 93,986 before today. Congrats to Mason, very well played. And now we're gonna have heads up play. Mike has regained his chip lead, but he only covers Tim by 2 big blinds. Let me know in the chat who you're rooting for in this heads up showdown here at the Shark Tank in Columbus, Ohio. Yada etc. or ET says, why do you sound like Crystal the dealer? I don't know, man. How do I sound? I guess like Crystal the dealer, eh? Yeah, they did run satellites for the event. I see Brittany in the chat asking about satellites. They did run satellites for this event where you can get in for a fraction. I don't know how much the satellites cost, but for a 600 tournament, I imagine the satellites were somewhere between like $100 and $200 buy-in. What? Oh, some of them were 60, so you can get in for this tournament for as low as $60. Again, they're going to be running it back in July, so keep that in mind. You too could be playing for $200,000 for as little as $60. Skull Mike in the chat, what's up, homeboy? Skull Mike, GPI award winner for fan voted best stream. We've got 22 million in the middle here. Ace 6 suited. Mike raised to 20K. Tim called with the suited. He flopped the best of it. Gonna put another 20K in the middle. Why do I sound like Caitlin Komeski? I am Caitlin Komeski. All right, Mike applying max pressure with the back. Oh my gosh, and Tim lets go of the pair. Takes down a huge pot. Oh my gosh. What a wild hand to start heads up play here. Starting with the 20. million open that gets called. Tim flops a pair, bets half pot, and then folds to the jam. Now he is on the ropes. The chip distribution is 9-1. Hi-ya, indeed. Deck gonna need to blow off the table for Mike to lose at this point. But we saw Ash spin from one big blind earlier before. Tim can do it too. We know Tim has a propensity for when he gets tired, he's ready to go home. He'll say F it and put it in the middle with hands as weak as 4-3 offsuit. Here he raises it up to 2.4 million, the min open. Mike gonna call. Or no, Mike's gonna 3-bet to 16.2. Tim calls off the all-in bet. We are now gonna race it off for the 200K and the champion title of this $1 million Ohio Club collaboration of 2025. Cards on their back. Can Tim find the double? Queen Jack, Queen High still ahead. Tim needs a 7 or an 8. Ooh, now he's got gut shot outs. He can catch a 6, a 7, or an 8. 7 on the river is going to double Tim. It is not over yet, folks. We are still playing. Tim gonna double to almost 24 million. Mike's still in a commanding lead at almost 84 million. But we are gonna play some more hands. How much was paid out in total for the double bag? So I have a note here that says 210,000 total bag bonus payments were made to players that found multiple bags. That's out of a total prize pool generated between the multiple flights run at both Shark Tank and Mad River. Total prize pool generated $1.2 million and change. More than covered that $1 million guarantee, and there are going to be many more big events out here in Ohio, so make sure you stay followed on the social medias. Both Mad River Poker Club and Shark Tank Poker Club are very active on Facebook. They have a presence on Instagram and Twitter as well, so make sure that you're following them across channels so you can know when you could turn $60 into $200,000. Skull Mike says wild things are happening here. They sure are. Yeah, Beth says maybe he was just pushing it to get it over with. Tim gonna take down this pot. Oh, no. Well, it looks like Tim is raking and stacking the chips. So maybe there was a graphic error there, but we're going to another hand. Soldierwood says, can you explain the multiple bag? Yes, so they ran 10 flights at Shark Poker Tank Club alone for you to make day 2 of this tournament. If you were able to bag more than once on one of the 10 flights, you received an upfront payment of $3,500 just for bagging twice. And you could win that as many times as you could multiple bags. So again, they paid out over 60 bag bonuses totaling in $210,000 worth of multiple bag payouts. All right, next hand. Yep, Mike ready to give it over with. He's just gonna be shoving a lot. They've got that cold, hard cash on the table now, y'all. That is what $200,000 looks like when it's staring right in front of you. You gotta wonder if it changes the way people play when they see, they smell the money, they smell that fresh, crisp Benjamin right at their fingertips. Fearless Joe says, great production. Thank you. That's all I saw. Did they break the $1 million guarantee on this tournament? How many total entries? 2,470 total entries. across the two poker clubs, generating a total prize pool of $1.2 million. Over 200,000 of that was paid out in multiple bag bonuses. So the day 2 and 3 prize pool was $1,012,650. Average stack of 3.9 million going into day 3, excuse me. Is it too late to enter this event? Mike says, no, but they're running it back in July. Y'all, get your road trip buddies, get the you can stay in one of these beautiful hotels by the OSU campus, and you too can take your shot at the Ohio Crown. Tim is going to be all in here with the Jack-10 suited. Mike going to put in the, is he all in? No, he's raising to $4 million. All right, Tim opening the action. And Mike jammed over the top. Tim gonna let go of the Jack-10 suited. That is correct. He would have been dominated and a little bit behind going into that showdown. Again, Mobley gonna show him the goods. Tim gonna feel a little bit better about that fold. It's so much fun to play with a pile of cash. When I played for the 100K at the lodge, they didn't bring 100K cash out for me on the table, but they did pay me out 60K in cash that I brought home in bundles home. And I waited a couple of days to deposit it in the bank because it's just so fun to play with that amount of cash. Like, you never have it, right? Because why would you? It's reckless and silly, but when you cash a big poker tournament, you get to walk around like Scrooge McDuck for a few days and rub your shekels together. It's so fun. Wouldn't change it for the world. One of the best parts. All right, Mike starting the action here. King 6 offsuit, gonna opt for the call. Tim has the option with the Jack 8 off. He is going to check his option. We're gonna go to a flop, 4.5 in the middle. Jack 8, Tim flopping top 2. He has just 1.1 behind. He is going to put it in. Can't imagine Mike lets it go here. He is going to call off. He is going to need runner to fade doubling up Tim here. Did we ever get any details on what kind of deal they made? No, I did not. That would be a great question for Mad Dog tomorrow in the chat. All right, run out is safe for Tim to double up. He's back up to 6.7 million. The blinds have gone up. The level is currently 700,000, 1.5 million, 1.5 million. Tim's definitely up against the rope here. Under 10 blinds, gonna have to overcome quite a deficit, but we've seen people spin before on this table. Some wild things can happen in the Shark Tank, y'all. Never counting them out. Mike just building absolute mountains over there. All right, Tim with the 6-3 suited, the Colleen nuts. We'll see if he wants to gamble with this one. He's stacking them up like maybe this is a spot. He would be in a really bad spot facing the overpair of Mobley. All right. We have an all-in from Mike with the 2 snowmen. And Tim says this is it. He's going to take his gamble and see if the 6-3 suited can get a little lucky. He's going to need a lot of help. There's an 80-20 dog here going to the flop. Can Tim catch some cards to stay alive? All right, deuce of diamonds. There's a shimmer of hope. He could go runner, runner. 5, can he find the 4? Sailboat, 4th, the stay alive to double. He does not, and that means Mike Mobley is your Ohio King of Poker. He is taking home the $200K up top. These buddies have been battling. They got through 2,470 players to stand on top. This is their biggest scores to date. They're doubling their Hinden Mob cashes. You can't help but be so happy for these guys. This is a family environment, and that is the winner. That is your champion, Mike Mobley. He came in early, he applied pressure, he called in position, he saw flops at the top of the VPIP chart, took advantage of a lot of less experienced players that weren't comfortable trying to make those ladders. He pounced, he made that controversial fold with the ace-queen, only to then snap off with the king-queen 2 hands later. Both technically incorrect, but they both worked out for him, and now he's stacking that beautiful, beautiful cash. Congrats to Mike Mobley. Remember, the Shark Tank Poker Club and the Mad River Poker Club are going to be running this back in July of this year, 4th of July weekend. So mark your calendar. Those of you that aren't traveling out to Vegas in the summer, you could spin a $60 satellite into a $600 buy-in, into a $3,500 double bag bonus, into $200,000. Let that be you. My name is... And again, our production has been brought to you by Gorilla Gaming. They sell premier poker tables. Make sure to check out their website if you are interested in buying a poker table or poker supplies. They make beautiful chairs and table. They also bring this full in-house production. They can move to you. They've done the Borgata live stream final tables and cash games, and now they're here in Ohio. They're mobile. So shout out to Glenn, Jesse Fullen, and the rest of the Gorilla Gaming team for putting on a phenomenal production this evening. I've been Caitlin Komeski. You can find me on Instagram, Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. I'm streaming 3 days a week, tournament poker at Caitlin Texas Poker. Make sure to like and subscribe. Thank you to the champions, the family here at Ohio. We'll see y'all next time. And remember, this is the best deal in town. $30, play cash all day long, rake free. Enjoy. Good night.